Hmm. Hello, everybody. Give me a few minutes. Listen, I'm trying to get my sewing table together, but I wanted to go live because I haven't been live in a minute. Okay. And the reason I haven't been going live in a minute is because of these minor attracted persons, these pedo, you know, people. Um, and I figured, Mom, you need to get back on your job. You can't just let this keep running. Let these people keep running amok, right? Um, and there's a person in the area who is like zero accountability while claiming and always using the term accountability. And since I'm not gonna miss words, I put his name in the title. Yes, Trey the Truth Teller. Um, Trey the liar, the manipulator, and also like the reason he's a manipulator because for some reason he thinks he's telling the truth, right? Played with me once too many times because see, I listen, I listen carefully. I listen carefully, and I have no reason to lie, and I have no reason to manipulate, and I'm not a grifter, right? Because I'm not a grifter. I don't need to lie. I don't need to lie. We're gonna talk about the grifters, the liars. And what shocks me is that they lie for no reason. Like I don't when I listen to Trey, because I'm talking about him right now. When I listen to Trey and he speaks on this, hey, I ain't got no reason to lie. Hey, I'm truthful. Hey, I do like this, I don't like that. When my grandson. Um, that looks cool. What you playing? It's called it's called it's called move to the very strongest move. Oh, okay. Well, you go play it in over there somewhere. Close my mom's door. My mom busy right now. We go to your room. My mom busy. My mom just went live. Thank you. You just I just went live. If you would have came in before I went live, we could have played. But as soon as I go live, you ran in here. My grandson, oh my goodness, babe. And he knows that he's number one. I promise you, he was not bothering me until I went live and then bam, here comes him. Yeah, my family come first. See, that's called realness, right? Being real, being truthful, being who you are and sticking to what it is. Now the truth is my grandson does come first. And so if he want to play, spend time with his grandmother, then his grandmother gonna spend time with him. And I was willing to spend time with him, but he didn't even show interest until I went live. He's my grandson has this. He loves to be the center of my world, which he is. But if I want him to be the center of mine, he pulls away, baby. He like, no, mom, I don't want to do that. Anyway, he gonna look. He gonna fit into the manhood uh greatly. Okay, when kind of selfish, you know what I mean. They only want what they want. They don't even care about what other people want and when they want it. He's fitting right into his gender comfortably and perfectly, even at 6 years old. 6 years old. What's going on, CJ? How you doing? Anyway, so I'm gonna get straight to it because ladies, I want you to know, y'all know I am a woman, right? I am a woman. I've been a woman since I've been a grown woman. I started out as a girl, like I'm literally a cisgender woman, right? I'm a cisgender woman. I mean, I was born that way, raised that way. grew up that way, matured into a woman. And so my thinking is for women. And I'm also, I want to think of some of you as the younger woman who may not know some things, mainly because we haven't experienced them yet, right? And I have. So I like to come out and say, hey, I know that look a little, like that may look good over there, but I want you to know that it's not. It's not what it seems, right? Because we as women, we are raised by society to be very, how should I say it? We like overlook things. We call them red flags. You know how a red flag can pop up and then something in your mind and say, oh, yeah, that's not important because that's how most men think, right? They taught us how most men think. And we accept it because we're like, oh, that's most men. And so we will accept whether it's abuse, whether it's something negative that can impact you negatively, right? We will say, well, that's just men. But what I'm telling you is that that's not good. Okay. Society taught us that is they branded it in us since we were little. Even when we were little girls, they were like, leave your little brother alone. And you'll be like, he hit me first. And they'll be like, yeah, but he's a boy. And they'll say like boys are aggressive. And then they may go to your brother and say, hey, don't hit your sister, she's a girl, right? That's what they'll tell him, don't hit your sister because she's a girl. They don't tell him don't hit your sister because you can hurt her. You shouldn't be hitting anyone. Like they kind of just give him an excuse. Don't hit her because she's a girl. And then if he go and hit a boy, right? It's okay if he hit a boy because they just boys. And then so they grow up thinking that it's okay to be violent. They think it's okay because I'm a boy. And you hear these men say it all the time. We men, and we're like lions, we're like animals. Yeah, we're animals. And that's what society have pushed into mainly black men, right? Because, oh Lord, they on here bragging about being animals. Yeah, they mention the king of the jungle. They'll mention the jungle. They'll they'll mention the most atrocious things. They a few years back, I remember them mentioning, and when I said them, I'm gonna put a name on it. Fuck it. I remember Finger Man mentioning that, yeah, back in the day, a man would go out the cave and hit a woman in the head and drag her in the cave with him. That's what that man said. That's what that man said. And he was stamping and approving what I am saying that society has told them that it's okay to be violent. And it's weird, but the violence got to go towards someone or something. And it always happened to be towards women. These men know when they get upset. If you upset them, ladies, they know all they got to do is use their aggression against you. They can just get louder and they expect you to curl in a ball and plead for forgiveness. And if you don't do that, then they'll take it up a next notch and they may actually use physical violence against you. Some of them, they do it in steps, right? First the yelling and then the hitting of the walls, right? Punching holes in walls and things. That's them showing you that, hey, you better back up. You better do what I say, or you gonna be like this wall. And then it goes to using their physical force against you. And let me tell you, when they learn that they can do that, they use it to their advantage all the time. All the time. It's not gonna be just when you anger them because maybe you hurt their feelings or something. It'll be even when they want something and you don't want to give it to them at that time, they'll take it by force. Now, but when they don't want to do that, right before they get to that point, they they go to our little girls. Yeah, they start talking to the little girls. The little girls. Now, what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to, because I was thinking about reviewing these men and their conversation, but their conversation was so disgusting, so fucking disgusting, that I couldn't even stay there to listen. I shared it though on Facebook. I shared it and showed the world, right, what these black men are saying and doing. That's what I did. I was like, look at this shit here. Look how disgusting. While they sat on a panel over there by Trey, the truth teller, right? While they sat on a panel and started talking about being with little girls. Now, it's crazy because the conversation was about minors and it was grown men having a conversation. Hey, you girl, you better. How you been? How you been? I ain't seen you in a minute. Um, they talking about children, girls, right? Girls, little girls. And these grown ass men wanted to raise their hand and mention how she knew better. She knew better. She, at 16, she knew better, but the 30-year-old man, the 40-year-old man, the 50-year-old man, they don't want to talk about what he's doing at all. They just want to talk about what she's doing. Now, she is the child and he is the adult. And see, so some of these men, the manipulation is, oh, yeah, but she should have known better. And we're like, but he's grown, he's the adult, she's the child. Yeah, but she old enough to know. She old enough to know. And the reason why somebody like myself won't be able to get on the panels like that is because, you know, when I ask the question, they don't, they're not gonna answer. They didn't tell me you need to stay on topic because even though I'm on topic and I'm like, hey, the grown man is the grown man, she's still a child. So what about him? Well, we're not talking about him. She knew better. She knew better. She knew better. She know better. I'm like, if she knew better, what do he know? And they don't want to talk about him at all. And I want y'all to know, our children are in danger, and they in danger. This, I can't believe I'm saying it because it hurts me to my heart to say that black men are fucking danger to our children. Oh, and don't be confused. It's not just our little girls who are in danger, bomb. Uh, they endangered. The little boys are in danger too. These men sit on panels, and the person who channel it is, they want the most views they can get. I want y'all to understand these men are not in the privacy of their homes when the only people gonna know about the conversation is just those who are there. Invite no, they sitting on the panel where anybody can hear it, and we hearing the disgusting conversations they're having. They're not talking about going hunting, getting better jobs, getting education so they could get better jobs. They're not talking about raising their families, doing best for their families, figuring out some issue they may be having with a child in their household, or even their wives or husband. No, these men are on panels talking about how beneficial it is to get with little children. The benefits. Oh, I want to still have children. I'm 45. I want to still have children. So of course I'm gonna go to the youngest. That's what we've heard them say. We can't get with a woman their age because they excuses she can't have children. He still want children. He wanna be a 45-year-old daddy. And he want the mother to be 16, 17, 18. He want his own child's age, if he had a child, would be he wants somebody like his child to have his baby. And look, we're gonna be real clear about this. We cannot act like there aren't daddies out there who have babies with their daughters. We not we can act like that ain't happening. I was having a conversation with my own son a few days ago. It started off as kind of like a joke, right? And how did it start off? I heard him listening to Drake's new album. And I jokingly said, "Oh, you started listening to him?" That was me joking, right? I haven't listened to Drake's new album yet. Probably may pop it in and give it a little listen. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But my son, I used to be a Drake listener. Because my kids were Drake listeners, and Drake has some fire songs out there and things. If you're just listening to music and okay, cool. Some of this shit was wild, and some of this shit was good, right? It just depends. And but so I made that joke as into, hey, Kendrick had slammed him, and I was like, and my son, he the one who took it serious by, yeah, I'm not gonna not listen to him because of lies. And so the way he said it, like, yeah, he against Kendrick, because the way he said it, like, lies. And I was like, oh, calm down. It just was a beef. It was just a rap beef. That's it. He was like, yeah, but it was lies. And I was like, I don't think any lies was told. I said, but even if that's true, it's music, and people have been lying in the music for as long as I can remember. Because a roast or a joke essentially is not the truth. And that's what has happened in our society, especially in our Black community. You know what I started hearing maybe about 10, maybe even 15 years ago, where people say that there's some truth in every joke. Uh, that's not true, right? That's not true. There's not always some truth in every joke. A joke can be simply a joke. It can literally be a lie. But it's told in a jokingly way, and everybody who's listening understands that it's not the truth. But if there is some truth in the joke, it makes it even funnier. So the word that I used was if. If there's some truth in the joke, then it's even funnier because we can relate, right? Like, for instance, we can relate to some shit where somebody may call a Black person a monkey, right? Now, if a Black person is telling a joke and what they may say about it, we may laugh. Now, does that mean that Black people look like monkeys? No. It can literally be the fact that we know that white people think that Black people look like monkeys. So there's no truth in that we look like monkeys, but we know that other people have made that shit up. And so when the joke, depending on how the joke is spit, people may laugh at it because we realize the joke. We understand what is being said in this joke. But like I said, for the last 15 years, I've heard people say there's truth in every joke. It's almost the opposite of what reality is. Like, when I was raised, and my mother, for the most part, yeah, it was mostly my mother. My dad never gave me lessons like this. Dad would just say, stay away from the men. Hey, he would threaten the man to let him know that, or the boy, right? He would threaten the male to let him know that that's my daughter, and you better not play with her. My daddy didn't give me no lessons. He told them boys what they better not do, sent me on my way with them, and told them that they better. that they better make sure I get home safely. That's what my dad did. He went directly to the source. He went directly to the mofo who he said, yes, here's my daughter. And you got her from this time, and she better be home by this time, and she better not be harmed in any way. Dad didn't come and tell me I better not do this and I better not do that. My dad didn't do that. Why would he tell me? I'm not the person who can harm myself, right? He told the person who may end up harming me, he told them that they better not harm me. Why why would you teach the the victim, the possible victim of what they shouldn't allow somebody else to do? Why wouldn't you go to the person who would do the thing and tell them that they better not do the thing? Why would you do that? But my mother's advice was to me and my brother, hey, this is TV. So this movie right here, this is a movie. Hey, you hear this song right here? You hear what this they saying in this song? My mother would ask us what we thought the song meant. And we were young and we was always totally off the mark. Just because we knew the word doesn't mean we knew what the song was essentially saying. We was young and did not know. Just because I know what sex is when I was like 10 doesn't mean that I actually knew what sex was at 10. Because I may or may not have known where babies come from. And by the way, some of these men don't even pay attention. Some of them don't want to even talk to their daughters about sex. And she may be 19, 20, but he believed that every girl at age 16 knows about sex. And we're like, how would she know? She only gonna know what she knows at her level of understanding. And just because she knows the word sex, she know how to spell the word sex, or even that she knows where babies come from. That doesn't mean that she understands how this works, right? But these men don't give a shit about none of that. They don't give a shit about none of that. See, she old enough. See, they see how she dressed and they like, she know what she doing. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She knows that she's dressing. Now, I'm gonna show y'all something. Because I think Trey the truth teller, I think he don't see himself or he knows he's a liar. I think it's a little mixture of both. I think he don't see himself because I was over there on this channel. I used to go over there. I had no problem being over there until I start realizing that he's a liar, right? I thought I was walking over into a place where they was religious. Like they had some strong religious beliefs over there. They have some great women over there who are in the church. I'm listening to these people and I'm like, oh, okay, let me act a certain way because I'm over here with these religious people. It just means that I'm not going to talk negatively about religion. I will understand their viewpoints because their viewpoints will be based on Bible. I'm gonna still be me, right? But I just have an understanding of the group of people I'm speaking to. And that is where he's a manipulator because as you listen more and more to him, you realize that either he's not really this religious guy or or right or he is this religious guy, but grifting is a thing. And he realizes that he needs to go this route in order to make money. Now, the ladies don't understand without you, there is no channels for these men. They channels only grow because you're there. You're there because you're going to be really essentially the source of the entertainment. You will be the source of entertainment. And for the most part, the entertainment will be to abuse you. You are the source of entertainment and you are there so they can abuse you. And some of you should not be on that panel because you are just too nice. You are too nice. You are too nice. The only one I think who should be over there probably letting them uh thrash her all over the place is the mammies. And there's only one of them over there that is clearly a mammy because she will shit on women just like the men shit on women. She does it for no reason. I don't be knowing if it's sheer just jealousy or what. I'll be mentioning her name in a bit. Don't you worry, Rose. Don't worry, Rose. We gonna get to you, baby. We gonna get to you. But because as that man shits on you and they shitted on you so bad that you left for a minute, it's something how you come back, right? You come back and then you decide in order for you to survive over there, right? Um, you gonna have to shit on women with them. And that's who Rose is, baby. And any of you women over there, y'all need to be careful around her. If you in any back chat sharing your information with her, I warn you now. She gonna about to stab somebody in the back so hard, it's gonna be devastating to that person. Okay? Y'all trusting the wrong motherfucking people. And the thing is, you see it, the red flags are there. The red flags are there. You got a group of people who will shit on you in public and then say, Bomb, look, I was like, why would you say that to that young lady? Oh, Bomb, don't act like I did nothing wrong. These people, I really know these people. These people, we really talk in the back. We really got each other's phone numbers. That's what the nigga told me. He he destroyed. He said something so bad in public where even I was like, why would you say that about this woman? Oh, Bob, no, no, don't try to act like I did something wrong. We good in real life. And I'm thinking, baby, listen, ladies, and to you men, if you really good friends in real life, then why would that friend embarrass you in open like that? That that's backwards. This motherfucker said I can embarrass them in public like this because we real friends in real life. That's what that nigga said. And he said it so confidently. He was like, you can ask them, I have their real number. We talking back, Bob Cherry. Bob Cherry, don't be acting like I did something wrong to them. What I said, because we real friends. They really have my number. They go, don't you have my number? Don't we talking to He didn't ask them, how did you feel about what I just said? He didn't ask them that. He asked them, don't we really communicate in the back? And I was thinking, damn, the grifting. It's almost like what's going on with our country right now, with a president who will say that he's going to, you know, clear the swamp. And then everything he does, he's cleaning the swamp in in order to become the swamp. He is the grifter. And it is so bold that because he's doing it so in the open, it's almost like people can't believe it. It's like there's a group of people who can't believe it because they believe, well, he gotta be joking. Remember, that's what they were saying about Trump. He gotta be joking. Oh no, he just joking. Oh no, he just joking. Oh no, he just joking. Because like they thinking he gotta be joking because if he was really gonna do that, he would hide it. But no, there's an understanding that what you do in plain sight is hidden better because people can't believe that you would do it. They think that you're just joking. Okay? They just think you joking. Anyway, so let's get back to Trey the Truth Teller, right? First of all, Trey the Truth Teller is very bold. He's a liar, and he's bold in telling his lies. Okay. Um, I remember when he told me, Bomb, like I was over there, went over there chilling, y'all. I've been here for, I've been in this space for 12 years, if not longer. I've been on actually the internet since the internet started being the internet. That's how long I've been on the internet. And baby, I've survived pretty nicely. You know what I'm saying? I had no problems. So I know when some little man, right, who think he could take you down for whatever reason. It's a few of them. It's a few of them who play, and I let them play. I let them play until they overstep a little bit too much, and then I have to smack their dumb asses down. Okay. Some of them, I just say, well, they not even worth it because they got smacked down by, a roly poly from a whole nother country. I'm like, that nigga smacking y'all down. I don't even know why you would even approach me. You know I look like a little old lady who live in the shoe. But if you come too close, I will fuck over you. You're not gonna do that to me, baby. Okay. So anyway, so I remember Trey and I remember going over there. So what had happened, let me tell this story real quick. This is a real quick and truthful story. When I saw that they had an open panel, which means you could hit the link, right? I hit the link. I was like, oh, snap. This person got an open link. Let me go over there. They having a good conversation, right? Of course, a good conversation to me is one where mostly the men are stupid as hell on the goddamn panel saying some stupid shit. To me, that's a good panel, baby, because I'm going up there and I'm going to give them some pushback and I'm going to give them some truth, right? Because they always think that, first of all, a woman can't be married. She's not married. You this type of woman, there's no way you married. And then when they find out you're married, then your husband must be this, that, or the third. Anyway, so what happened, I saw that there was rows up there, right? And these men, and they was really kind of dogging her, to be honest. Right. And I was thinking, well, damn, like, let me go off for a little buffer. I'll be a little buffer. You know what I'm saying? Like I already know that if I go up there, they don't know me. I'm just another woman, and they're gonna start shooting shots at me. So I figure I go up there and be a buffer to that Rose ass bitch, right? Now listen, it's not about her being who she is, now that we know that she's a bum ass, ratchet ass bitch, right? Playing playing like she's some uh woman of God. I can assure you that God is not happy with Rose. Okay. That's why Rose is in the situation she's in. Okay. Anyway, so, and I bring that to say this. So when I got it, I hit the link and I was in the back. And Rose, I guess she had some power because she was like, she said something to me. She's like, hey, Bomb Cherry, but my name is Bomb Cherry, right? She says, hey, do you have an Instagram? She said that in the back check on StreamYard. And I said, because she was a woman, right? I'm thinking, see, if she had been a man, I would have never shared any of my information. But I figured because I'm new, maybe they want to make sure I'm a real person. And I said, well, I don't really use my Instagram. I said, but here it is. That was me saying, I don't really use this account, but if you want to see if I'm a real person, here it is. And so I put it up there. I put it back there. And she said, okay. And then, like, less than a minute, I was on the panel, right? So I assumed that maybe they did a check, see that I am a real person. And, I don't know. I don't know. But I never been on anybody panel where they asked me for my Instagram before. First of all, I got many accounts, right? I got Instagram, I got the Facebook, I got the Twitter, or whatever it's called now. Um, and many other accounts, many other accounts, right? And so when they asked for that, when she asked me for that, she was the woman. I assumed that she just asked me to verify. So I gave it to her. So now I'm on the panel and we having discussions. And then out of nowhere, during that stream, this woman has shared my fucking Instagram with other people. And now she's questioning me as if I'm her child. But I don't have, listen, anything I do, did, anything like that, there's no shame in nothing I do and nothing that I did. In fact, sometimes I be thinking I might need to go back to doing it because the money. You understand? I need some money. I got bills to take and children. Well, I ain't got no children, but I got a grandson that I would like to continue to spoil like I want to. And right now, times ain't like it used to be, baby. Times is hard for everybody. Okay? I want some more fabric. And I got to think about, do I really need that fabric before I for it? Because everything is going up in price. That's just the realities. That's me being real. I can lie and act like I'm wealthy. I am not. Okay. Anyway, she goes and mentioned that, and that becomes the topic. Now, the thing that got me is that I realized I gave it to her, and then she started sharing it. Now, it's weird because she was giggling as she was sharing it. But since then, I've gotten another 1,000 people over there on my Instagram or something that I don't even use. I don't understand why she would think. I don't understand women. This is what I don't understand about you women. You know that certain industries are profitable. You know this. We know how men are. And the idea that a woman think that she can use the fact that I'm on Instagram with a lot of men following me, more than who follow her, by the way. We had more who followed me since she posted and told people who I was than she got, period. Just in the 1,000 that I gained since is more than what she has. You understand? Um, and it's crazy because I'm not understanding how you think telling other men that I am what they call the Instagram woman. But the thing is about the Instagram women is anybody who's on Instagram, any woman who's on Instagram, and if we post pictures of ourselves, a video, then we are Instagram women. That's what these men, when they talk about the Instagram woman, they really talk about the desirable woman on Instagram. That's who they talking about. They talk about the woman who got a lot of followers based on what they say nothing, which essentially they mean her looks, whether it's her body, her face, her body and face, right? That's who they call the Instagram model. And I have no shame in that. Why would I? Why would I be why would I be ashamed that lots of men find me to be attractive? And why would another woman think that I would be ashamed of that? What I am ashamed of is when she tried to attack me based on that, and then I use that against her. I'm ashamed to tell another woman that I must be prettier than her because they got a lot of men following me, and she doesn't. That's shameful to me because I don't really feel that way. But apparently, she thought she can use the fact that men are following me against me. With men, that that wouldn't even get women to be against me. There would be a group of women who would be wanting to know, hey, what is your advice on this, that, and the third? There'll be some women who will be like, yeah, I can't, I could never do that, right? And I don't think anything bad about that. There's a lot of things that I can't do that I look at other women do it. Sometimes I be wishing, damn, I wonder how she do that. When I hear about you women who became nurses and lawyers and doctors and whatever your careers are, be thinking, damn, why didn't I do that? I don't think I could have did that. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with looking at somebody who did something you didn't do, or maybe that you wouldn't do, and just getting to see a little bit of them. That's what I think the internet is for. But anyway, back to this shit. She um she thought that she could tell men that, and she thought that they would expel me, that it would be a bad thing. See, now this is the thing, y'all. Well, I don't understand women or some of these men who will say, "Hey, um, that was your day, back in your day, back in your day, back in your day." You know, I keep thinking in their mind, it's like people really just you dislike people so badly, or you so jealous, right? You're so jealous. I turned off my camera because I have a grandson. If you go back and look at anything that's on my Instagram or my Facebook, some of y'all can't get into my Twitter, so you will never be able to see, because I do still post in certain areas. Ain't none of your goddamn business though, because if I wanted you to know, you would know. But all I did is I became a grandmother, and then I said, okay, boom, I'm gonna be a grandmother. My grandson lived here. He was a baby. People watch me, right? Watching me clean up and everything. I still was on camera, but I changed the narrative of me being a grandmother, right? You watch me holding him, rocking to him, singing to him, all those things. And still the men still will talk about my thick thighs and my butt and stuff like that. So I turned off the camera, period. That's it. That's what made me turn off the camera. Boom. I was like, okay, let me turn off the camera. Okay. Um, but now people my camera's been off and people it's like, yeah, you don't look like that no more. You don't do this no more. All of that. I'm like, what could have happened in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? What, like, did I get burned, acid put on my face? Like, what do you think that happened? I have not even a wrinkle yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm still the chubby, little chubster that I was before. Okay. So I don't understand. So when a young lady, like when I say young lady and I'm like, oh, she's cute, I'm like being honest, but I guess she must don't know that I look better than her. What the fuck? Girl, girl, you couldn't even get a husband. you you can't even get a boyfriend though. Like I could be married and get a boyfriend. Before this week is out, I could have a boyfriend on some real shit. On some real shit with a husband. Knowing that I have a husband, I can have several boyfriends by Friday. And they will be willing to send me gifts. Yeah, they'll be willing to send me gifts. Yes. And so I don't but I don't have nothing to do with other women who won't do that because they can't, or they won't do that because they would never do that, right? Um, because for whatever reason, I don't know why, it ain't none of my business. But we are different types of people, and I'm not ashamed of the type of person I am. I'm a friendly person. The men tend to like me. I try to get them to like me more like a auntie and shit. But the truth is, if I decided that I didn't want to be their aunties, then they would just be liking me and sending me their fucking money. That's what the fuck they would be doing. And some women don't like that. And I don't give a fuck. But I don't care about what the women like or don't like because it ain't my business. But the men, though, that's who will be jealous of me. And it's weird to me. I've never seen men be jealous of women. And that's what they are, ladies. I know right now I was talking about a lady. I want y'all to know I was just talking about that one lady, right? I mentioned her name already. Rose, right? That's who I was talking about. Don't take this person for no other woman. That's who I was referencing. Her type of woman. The woman who would stand on side of me and she would become invisible to men. The men wouldn't even see her on side of me. And I am 56 years old, and she's probably in her early 30s. You understand? And this is and it's crazy. It's crazy because for some reason we have a group of women who think just because they're young that they'll be better. And I'm thinking, yes, ladies, go out and live your life and have a great time. But you can't be better doing nothing. What you want to even be better for? To do what? Nothing? You're gonna be better to do nothing. The men gonna be jealous of you, honey. I never knew this. I've never I've never seen where men would be jealous of me. Like I've been around even gay men and we party together, have a great time. I love me some gay people. Okay. And what I mean by that, and listen, of course I wouldn't love all of them, right? The ones that I've been around and all I've been around with them to do was have a good time. You know what I'm saying? We just there having a good time, listening to the music, dancing, and having a great time. And I love having great times with people who not worrying about what nobody else in the room is thinking about them. They ain't worried about what the outside world is thinking about them because we just there to have a good time. And then after that good time, we all gonna go back to our cars and go back to our homes and go back to our lives and deal with what we need to deal with. And then the next weekend, we gonna come back together to this other club and we gonna have us a good time again. That's living life. That's the most you can ask for. If you can be wealthy, you can get a lot more than that, right? You could go other places, other countries, and meet other people and have hopefully a good time with them just so you could go back to work and deal with your real life. But people think life is more than that. And I don't, because life is that's basically what you should be doing in life, having a good time. Um, but now we got a group of men. We got a group of men out here, and these men are dangerous. And listen, when I say the man who would take a woman and harm her, he either is jealous of her, like I don't have the capacity to understand. To be honest, the truth is, I don't even care to understand why somebody would harm a person they don't even know just for the sheerness of them existing. But let's go back to Trey, the truth teller. Let's go back to him. So, Trey, the truth teller, don't tell no truth. I was over there, and Trey, the truth teller, um, decided to tell me that his channel is way bigger than mine, and he's only been there, and I think he said he was only there for like a couple of months at that point, like 2 months. But over here on this channel, though, I decided to call him out on it because his channel is really old. His channel is really old, right? Um, and when you go back 10 years into his channel, you'll realize that it's been there. But what he meant to say is that he just started doing live streams with people on his channel in the last few months. The thing about an old channel, because I have some old channels, okay? I have some old channels, um, where it's been here for a long time and it has over 100,000 people there. But you got to understand because it's been there so long, through the years, people would trickle in and watch some of my things that I put up. Mostly the videos of me dancing. That which has nothing to do with what I do today. Right? So I proved that Trey was not a truth teller, but he was a liar. Not only that, but Trey the truth teller has like 30,000 subscribers on the channel, right? Um, and he gets the same amount of live viewers that I get. Even if he got 1,000 more viewers than I get, he has like 20 times more members than I do. The numbers don't add up. The numbers don't add up. So I let him know, like, dude, why you gotta lie? But like we wasn't even I'm not even up here comparing my channel to yours because I'm on your channel right now. I'm over here with you. I'm not gaining by being over here by you except a conversation where I don't have to go live and and make sure the conversations go certain ways. I realize when I give people control on my channel that I everything don't go the way I want because people will do some shit they don't even see me do on my shit, right? Like I don't like reviewing people shit, but even if I do review it, y'all know I will stop it and do some talking because that's what you have to do if you want to keep a channel. You cannot put up other people's shit and just let that shit just run. You can't do that, right? And I can be up here for hours talking without having other people up here. Although I love to have other people up here, right? But when I get messy, because y'all know this is, baby, it's going to be messy, right? I'm going to put their names in the motherfucker title. I'm going to talk about them. And the thing is, I ain't got a lie on them. And I can show you exactly what they said. When they call me a liar, though, that's when I will put up the proof. But you think proof matters to them? No. Them motherfuckers is liars. They claim to be educated on some shit while admitting that they don't have no education. It's the weirdest motherfucker thing. You ain't got to have education to know something. Um, yeah, but you can't have a conversation, not a real genuine one, where you are, especially when you have an audience and you want to be proven right. How can you argue with somebody who do have the education in that area and then but you want to be right? We got men who don't have daughters. We could tell they don't have daughters, or we pray to God they don't have no daughters. I need y'all to understand. Y'all don't know me, right? Y'all don't know me. Listen, it's hard for me to say this because I'm gonna refer to myself. But I'm doing that because I want you to know how serious this shit is. Y'all don't know me. You don't know if I have a criminal record or nothing. But you would know it because I got doxxed a few times. And they ain't never been able to pull out nothing except give you my fucking address and phone numbers. They was never able to pull out no criminal record or nothing like that because I'm not a criminal. Never been a criminal. They can't even find the speeding tickets that I've had. The stories I told y'all on shit like that. That's because the shit. I made sure that shit was gone. Why would I let that shit sit on my record if it wasn't me? If it was a mistake on their end, and then it wasn't even mistakes with the tickets. I really did speed, but then I won, right? When I went to court and I won, presented my case and I won. Or in most cases they just dropped that shit. They one ticket I took to the Supreme Court, y'all, here in Delaware. To go to Wilmington to the Supreme Court with a damn traffic ticket. I'm not even lying. They were like, "Oh, you want to move? Yeah, I'm fighting this all the way to the end." And then they just decided. I guess they probably thought, "Who is this fool? Who is this woman who won't just pay this money? Who just won't give us her money?" I was like, "Shit, I ain't got no job. I ain't got nothing to do." Okay. Yes, I'm going. Yes, I'm taking this up. And that's what happened. I was a traffic ticket. Yeah, crazy as hell. I know. Anyway, so Trey the Truth Teller. This is the thing that's confusing about him. I think the men, right? Because if you listen to him, If he say, no, I do want a woman who has some education, I don't want a dumb woman, right? He'll say these things, and he'll be disagreeing with some of the men. He'll be like, nah, bruh. She gotta have some integrity. She gotta have this, she gotta have that. While the other men be like, nah, we don't care about her having education. All we want is her, and then you go into really just being her body, her looks and things like that. Trey says no. So that's why like I was taking a liking. It's a few of these men that I take a liking to based on that kind of thing when they being honest on those levels. Problem comes though when they when a woman is up there and she is his what he considers his opposition, right? She's his simply because she's a woman. That's all, right? It's not because like I agree with a lot of things Trey say. The women, right? The women who like him, the reason they like him is because when the things that he say, she agrees with. She says, Trey, yeah, Trey. See, Trey agrees. Trey don't want just a woman just for sex. Trey don't want this. Trey don't want that. Right? So that's why we women will tend to like it. And then though, this is the part where when I mentioned earlier, ladies, the trick that's played on us, where we would give them leeway by saying, "Oh, that's just a man," right? Or men could be animals. Men could do that. So he'll admit that he has some pride in himself and who he would date and have children with and shit like that, right? He admits to that. He even says that I remember the first argument he had with me was some bullshit. Because I mentioned that um raising children was not easy. And his argument to me was he raising children was easy. Now it's crazy because in that conversation, when we all was on the panel, he was agreeing with the men, like, yeah, raising kids could be a little difficult, right? But when it came to me and they asked me, well, what do you think about raising kids? I said, well, raising kids is, it could be hard. Wait, Mom Cherry, are you saying raising kids can be hard? I'm like, yeah. I mean, it's not that it's hard. It's just that it's not easy, right? And then he goes back and forth with me, and then that's when he want to notify me and tell me that he got his kids. I don't know, it was just sounded like babble to me because it was like he wanted a cookie for having his children. I don't know if he have them full time or not because it ain't my business and I ain't asking, right? But because it don't matter. It don't matter. See, some things are not even reasonable to argue or ask, right? If he telling me that raising kids, he's saying that I'm wrong that raising kids is easy. He's saying raising kids is easy. I ain't never heard a parent ever in the history of parenting ever say that parenting was easy. So then I go to mention, hold up, y'all. I'm not sure why my voice does that. Okay. I think it's, I'm not sure why. I think it's hormonal. Okay, hormonal. When my throat gets dry, it's not even dry. It's like it get hoarse. Okay. Anyway, I think it's hormonal. Um. Anyway, so he wants to argue with me about whether parenting is easy or not, which is crazy because that will differ, right? If he say parenting is easy, I don't know what he mean by easy. So I tell him that. I said, well, I'm not saying that it's extremely hard where I said, because people do it all the time. I said, but it's definitely not easy. There is no book where you can just read step by step on what to do, right? That would make something easy, something that's easily done, easy to follow, and easy to also recreate, right? What I do with the first child, if it worked, I could do it with the second child, and the third child, and the fourth child. That would mean easy. to him, his argument was that parenting, he was saying that it is easy. And I don't know why he wanted to have that argument. But I was like, well, look, if you find parenting easy, then it's a lot you probably possibly not doing. So then he asked, that's how me and Mike got into it as well, because he then asked him. And then it was like, nah, parenting easy. I said, well, what ages are y'all children? And then I remember Mike saying that his children was young. And wait, it may not have been Mike. I'm sorry, y'all. I think it was that other one, that other dude, the one who got stabbed by his girl and all that shit. Um, this was in the beginning of me getting to meet them. Okay. But anyway, I'm like, oh, you got kids who like 8 years old, and your oldest is eight. I was like, if your oldest is eight, then you just beginning. You just beginning to parent. Like you essentially haven't even done much of nothing at this point. When your parenting was where you may have changed some diapers and you changed some diapers and you kept them fed and you kept them safe and you could have just put them in the house and don't let them really go out much. That's 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 all you did, right? By the time they go to school, you taking them to school and back and forth to school, and depending on how you're doing that, you might just be walking them out to a bus and getting them off on and off the bus. But they got some parents who have to literally put their kid in the car and drive them there and back. Okay, so there's all types of degrees of this. But that was his first argument. And I was like, okay, like I don't. So then I watch how he argues with women, even when he agreed with you last week when he was having a conversation with the men. So the women like, oh yeah, Trey is a good conversationalist. Like we agree on a lot of things. But as soon as a woman get on the panel, there's one woman he always attacking, telling her no, she don't get to finish her statement. And then he mentioned, because you got a husband, because you got a husband. And that woman right now, she hasn't figured it out. And she's old enough, she'll figure it out, right? She gonna have to stop him from doing that because it's not gonna get better. It's not like he gonna like you eventually and stop. You gonna have to say something and stop him. Is what you gonna have to do. And that's why these men think that I don't like men. They don't think I like black men because they hear me say some atrocious shit to some of these black men. But it's weird because the men will remember when I said something terrible to a black man, but they forgot all the things the black man said to me before. And it hurts my heart when I have to go in and dig out some nasty shit to throw at a man who looks like my daddy. That's my weakness. Even the women know that. The women know that Bomb could be a little mammish, right? I, I scared on that line of mammyism. And the reason they say that is because, yes, like I take people's feelings in consideration. I'm using my memories from my father, my uncles, my brothers, my male cousins. I got nothing but great memories of them. So I do kind of push that on to other black men. Now, I don't give none of that to white men. Like a white man don't get none of that. And if you ever listen to me have a conversation with the men, yes, I could be courteous and nice to everybody. But certain people get a little leeway with certain shit. And so by the time this man has said something that make me so like I tolerate it. I just overlook it until I can't anymore. Cause now this motherfucker is skating on disrespect. And I raised kids, damn his age. And see, I am a mother, right? I raised two grown men who are men. And I'd be damned if they think that they can talk to me anyway. And so a little nigga on the fucking internet, I don't know why you think you would get away with that shit. You won't be able to just get away with that shit. I'm not gonna sit up there with my knees touching each other and both of my hands sitting on my lap with my back straight and my head held high while you disrespect me. You want me to be real feminine, like while you talk about me under my skirt. I watch these men talk to women who they know do not talk that way. Some women do not get gutter. They speaking um real clear about what they want in relationships. Some of them are married already. You know what I mean? They just there to have great conversations with great people. And these men will get nasty and start talking about their looks. I don't think you men understand, but to sit there with some women who dare just to have discussions with you, and you start talking about their looks, even if you consider them to be pretty, beautiful, whatever, you know, nothing wrong with saying, hey, beautiful, especially if you call it all the women beautiful, like it's across the board, you just being nice, you being a gentleman, right? But it becomes something else when you start picking out certain women and you want to talk about her looks. Because we women, first of all, we understand how you putting women against each other. Because you done told her she's beautiful, but you ain't say nothing to this one over here. Um, Now some women, like Rose, she may appreciate some shit like that, right? She will appreciate that you called her pretty, but you're not calling the other women pretty. Because she's a dumbass bitch, right? But most women, they're not gonna be comfortable with that. Because she understands that now you put a target on her, right? She understands that you hitting on her. And I think you men are a little confused too, because I watch a man tell Rose she's pretty, and then she started using the fact that, oh, he trying to get with me shit, and then just for her to tear him down. The other men thought it was funny that she tears him down until until they want to mix that up and throw that back in her face and tell her that she ain't all that to be trying to tear no man down. I don't be understanding the conversations we have anymore. Then it got so fucked up that it's like laughable if it was funny, but it's otherwise dangerous, right? Because the men say that we're dangerous, ladies. They say we're dangerous because if the man approach us and we kind of just say no, thank you. They say we poke the bear. That was said out of somebody's mouth. The term was you poke the bear. You poke the bear because you just wanted to go on your way and you refused to say anything to him. You poke the bear. You just kept walking. You didn't say shit. He says that you disrespecting him. You was on your way trying to hurry up and get to the bus so you could get to work. And because he don't know this, because it's none of his business, you just trying to get where you trying to get. When he spoke to you and you ain't say shit, you put yourself in danger. You put yourself in danger. Listen to that again. You put yourself in danger. So remember when I said my dad, right? My dad never told me, hey, if you run into work, you're late, and some man speaks to you, you gonna have to make sure that it ain't your fault that you get harmed. So you need to stop in your tracks, turn around, smile him in his face, Give him your phone number. If he wants some pussy right then and there, you need to drop your jaws and give it to him. Give him whatever he wants. Because if you don't, you're poking the bear. Lord have mercy. Because if you don't give him what he want when he want it, you're poking the bear. That's what you're doing, ladies. They ain't gonna never tell these men, hey, bruh, like she ain't got to speak to you. She don't even know you. You don't understand you're a stranger. She ain't got to speak to you. You should just hold your head high and go your way. Try again another day. Say hi to somebody else. Maybe if they got time and they want to, maybe they'll say hi back. You can spark up a conversation that way. But you, she's not. It's not mandatory that she speaks back to you. And as as a young woman, married or not, always had to be smiling in these men's faces. I always understood the dangers of these men. You understand? I always understood. So I got to protect myself. Look, this guy's hitting on me with my fucking children right here outside of me. We done walked in the store. We walking out the store. He waited there for me. He saw me when we got out the car to go in the store. He waited outside the store for me to come out. He wasn't even trying to be slick about it, because he saw my sons. He just was out blatant with it. I sometimes wonder how my sons think about men or women based on what they saw with their mother. Men, all types of men, all ages of men, walked up to their mother. Always. There was no place that I've ever gone where men didn't hit on me. And my sons would be right there. When in that time frame, I'm thinking to myself, wow, thinking my sons, I'm gonna be safe because of my sons. Like I ain't gonna have to worry about the men because they're gonna see that I have children. I also thought that when I was pregnant with them, though. When I was pregnant, oh my God, I think it was the first pregnancy. It was the freest I've ever felt since being an adult. Man, I just felt like I could go anywhere and I'll be safe. It'll be cool. I ain't got to worry about no motherfucker coming smiling in my face, asking me for my number. I even started wearing maternity clothes way before necessary so they can see that I'm pregnant. And yet that shit did not stop them. Men will come up and tell me they will be my baby's daddy. Yes. The only thing that would have stopped men from approaching me is my husband, but it would be the weirdest thing with him. You know, the weirdest thing would happen with my fucking husband because we could be going to the same store, and for some reason, this man would go on the whole opposite side of the store. And I never understood that. At first, I used to be like, he would say, "Well, I'm going to the fishing stuff," and I just figured, okay, he going on the other side of the store. I'm gonna do the side store. But then, like into the marriage, the more into the marriage, I started noticing that he was doing that even if we were going into a smaller store, like because back then the first Super Walmart I remember was in Missouri. This was years ago, but they didn't have many of them. Okay, the regular Walmart and Kmart was the regular Walmart and Kmart. Then they ended up with a super. They called it the Super Walmart. They called it something, the Super Center or some shit like that back then. And so when we went to the Super Walmart, I understood where he gonna go Because I'm a shop. I go down every single aisle for real. On some real shit, I still do that. I'm not I'm not gonna miss nothing that I want to get because I'm gonna put my eyes on it and see it. And if I see it and I want it, then we gonna get it. If I see it and I don't want it, then we not gonna get it. See how that works? But anyway, but then we would go to the regular smaller stores like a Piggly Wiggly, right? Piggly Wiggly was just a regular grocery store. And I noticed he was doing that there too. And then we started having a problem with that shit. Started asking him, like, what's going on? Like every time we go in the store, you go the whole opposite direction of me. It's weird, y'all. It's weird because I see I can say this now. He probably won't be happy about it, but it don't matter, right? I'm grown, and so is he. But we've had the discussion. I'm like, what? Are you embarrassed of me or something? Because it's weird. Because I was like, look, if for some reason you embarrassed of me, we didn't even have children at this time, by the way. If you embarrassed of me, then we ain't gotta go no motherfucking father, baby. Look, we ain't never gotta go no motherfucking father. That's why look, I didn't have my first kid till we was in 5 years. That was by design. What I mean by design, that's like, hey, I don't feel like I don't know what this is going on right now. Like I don't know what's going on. But at any time, motherfucker, we can hit the stop button. The eject, you ain't even got to eject. You ain't got to hit the eject button. Just buzz the bell on the bus, bitch. Just ding. When you ready to get off the bus, ring the damn bell at any fucking stop. You ain't got to be at no stop. Just ring that bell and we could stop it in the middle of nowhere and you could get off. These men, ladies, listen. The truth is, and the men gonna hate that I said this, but you gonna have to make that man. It don't matter what age. Okay, you gotta understand you dealing with another individual. You gotta understand what men are taught. And if you listen to them, we now know what they are taught, or whether they taught it that way, or that's the way they perceive what they was taught. It don't fucking matter. I'm now hearing these men say when they marry you, that they want you to look a certain way. And you got to always represent that way. So imagine getting married. Wait, when you're dating, every time he sees you, it's you at your best, right? You done woke up, you done brushed your teeth, you done combed your hair, you ain't got no rollers in, you just looking good and presentable for the world. But now you married and he get to see you 24/7. He get to see when you wake up. He get to see you before you brush your teeth. He get to see you before you take the rollers out your head. He get to see all that. And maybe he don't he don't really like that too much. Because in his mind, he perceive it to be picture perfect. It's unrealistic, but that's where we are with these men. They married the women they dream about. At least that's what they say, right? She They got the women they don't have sex with, and then they got the ones they'll marry. And it's almost like the ones they'll marry, ladies, we have it the hardest. Oh, yeah. Listen, women think it opposite. You think when a man say he'll marry you, you think that's a good thing. You take that as a compliment. He'll marry you, but he'll fuck her. He'll fuck her, but he'll marry you. You marriage material, but he gonna fuck her though. And what that means is, yeah, he'll marry you because you better look picture perfect. You better look like what he thinks you should look like at all times. If you slip a little bit, he gonna cheat on you with the one he wanna fuck with anyway. He wanna fuck her. Cause he don't give a damn. He gonna have fun with her. He gonna flip her upside down and everything. He gonna do all the tricks with her because that's what he wants. He don't give a shit what she look like for real. He gonna just have fun with her. He gonna treat you like piece of china. And you may think that's a good thing that he gonna treat you well. Nah, that's not what that means. Doesn't mean he gonna treat you well. He just gonna use you for this. You could have his children. He gonna go over there and fuck her though. Um, and he may make sure that you taken care of. Not so much in our black community, right? That's not what's going on, right? But you gonna make it seem like he doing that though, right? Weak ladies, we gonna make it seem like our man taking my man's take care of me. My man's take yeah, while your ass got a whole job and you paying just as much as the fucking bills as he doing. But we can wink at each other and make it seem like he taking care of you. You know, society. You know how it go. You know what I mean? You know how it go, ladies. We gotta lie. We gonna lie and we're gonna blend in. We're gonna make it seem like my man is doing this, my man is doing that. Um, but YouTube gonna find is that's why divorce is so hard. I did some research myself through the years. You know, I had opportunity and a lot of men. I had a lot of men where I can ask them questions and they was answering honestly. Because, you know, they got some women who they wanna have sex with and they claim they want to marry. Right. It's not that many. It's not that many because they don't really pay attention to a woman enough to really get to know her to know if she's both. They have two categories. And we hear them say it all the time. And it's not a joke. I'm saying it right now. They say it all the time. There are two types of women. There's the ones they will have sex with, and they don't give a shit what she look like at all. And that's the freedom. See, that's a freedom for him. He don't give a damn about none of that. She just got to be able to satisfy him in the bedroom. He even gonna treat her well. He may end up falling in love with her. You never know, right? Um, but there's this woman he decided to marry, and he gonna he gonna put stipulations on it because they do that, right? They say, "Well, I want the woman I'll fuck. I'll do this. I don't care." But the one I'll marry, yeah, she gotta meet these criteria. She gotta be that picture perfect woman. You understand? And there's a lot of things he's not gonna do with you, and there's some things he's not gonna do to you for the picture perfectness. He could be as fake as he want to be with you. You are for the outside world to see only, right? That's what you are. You are just for the outside world to see. And inside, he may treat you like shit. But when y'all go outside, though, he gonna treat you like the gentleman that he wants everybody to think he is. So getting back to hubby though, hubby, I'm like, hey, all you gotta do is push that button. We could have stopped. I could have got pregnant way beginning of the pregnancy, all that. But I'm thinking, hey, we young, we married, we can have fun. And but I started noticing some things right off the bat, some things that I did not see before. But there's a lot of things you're not gonna see unless you live with each other. And that's when I tell people, hey, it's best that you live with each other before you get married. We got a lot of people who say, nah. I'm like, okay. you know, I, I can only suggest, and then I can tell you why I suggest it, and if it makes sense to you, right? But the thing is, hubby and I never lived together or anything. until we got married. When we got married, that was the first time we really even spent. I think the longest we ever spent together in a place together was a weekend. I visited for Thanksgiving, and we stayed at in housing. No, we didn't in the hotel on post, right? We stayed there for a weekend for like a Thanksgiving. That's the only time we've ever been together where we went to bed together, woke up in the morning together, ate some breakfast together, decided what we want for lunch together, decided what we want for dinner together, watched some movies or whatever together, then went to bed together and started that shit off the next day. We only did that one time before we got married. Other than that, it was him coming to my room or me going to his room, right in the barracks. And we would do what we doing, and then either I would leave his room in the morning or he would leave mine in the morning. And we see how each other handled nothing throughout the day. He never see me brush my teeth and I watch him. None of that shit. None of that shit. We never. I didn't know what side of the bed he preferred to sleep on. I didn't know what side of his body he laid on. If he laid on his back when he went to sleep, right? You know what I'm saying? We didn't know none of that shit about each other, and yet we got fucking married. And then we got fucking married, and then bam, now we living together. And I'm gonna tell you that shit, baby. That's why they say the first year is hard, and then if you could get past that seventh year. Oh, because see, the first year is hard because you don't know much about each other. You might learn some shit that you had no idea. You may learn that this person do something you don't even like, that you can't deal with. That's a marriage gonna go, you're not gonna survive no shit like that. So when I tell people, hey, it's best that yeah, y'all need to at least live together for a short period of time. Even if you just live with each other 3 months, give yourself 3 months of living with each other before you walk down that aisle. Okay, before you walk down that aisle. So you can see if he get up on the wrong side of the bed in a bad mood, how does he handle that? How does she handle that? He wake up on the wrong side of the bed, y'all dating, he may not hit you up for 24 hours. You may not see him for 24 hours. And then when you see him the next day, right, following that, he can simply say, oh, I was busy. I ain't have a chance. Or I was tired. I slept through the day. Right? And people just let that shit go. But it could have been had a bad day, and it could have been so bad that the motherfucker did lay in the bed all day, depressed or mad about some shit. Can you handle that if he do that when you're married? If she or he does that, what would you do? Can you handle that? When if he have a bad day at work with the coworkers or the boss, when he come home, how does he handle that? Do he take that out on you? Is he in his room swinging at the air, punching at the walls? And then when y'all get married, you gonna become the object that he swings at? People, you do know we don't know each other. And in dating, everybody putting their best foot forward. That's what everybody doing. Okay. Today people saying, well, I'm just being who I am. And sometimes I even think that's not necessarily a good thing, right? That could be harmful too. Because you showing who you are, and it seems that you're a shitty person all the time. You know what I'm saying? Man, and I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Bray, how you doing? So now we're gonna put this link out, but what I'm gonna say is, let's go back to all the way to my title, to Trey the Truth Teller, or the lioness, right? The trickery, ladies, is that the men, they say certain things and it may or may not be true. But what we notice that is true is how he reacts when he goes on the when he wants to attack you. A man who finds a reason to attack you just to attack you is telling you who he is. That's what Trey does to the women. Okay. He does that to the women. He'll ask you a question, and then the question is, let's talk about the little girl, right? The little girl. So the little girl is 16. There was some things that were said on that panel. Now I wanted to review that panel, but I decided I don't know, and maybe I will pull it up. Right? There's because the reason I don't want to review that panel, but I do, is because the women gonna be mad at me. I understand why the women get mad at me. I don't be giving a damn though, right? And this is what I'm saying. On that panel, there was no motherfucking heroes. Because the woman who was on that panel, see, this is what people tend to do. You tend to decide on who side you are going to be on. And you usually go, if you don't like somebody, you automatically is on the other person's side. The problem with that is that two people could be having a discussion and both of them could be wrong. Or let's get this one, the one that you don't like could be right. And people don't like to give credit to those people they don't like. What's shocking to me is that people on the internet, where y'all have determined who you like and don't like. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Like, I mean, I'm talking about where you don't like them so much that you literally everywhere they go, you don't like them, and everywhere they go, even though for some reason you follow where they go, because apparently you must like them, because you show where they at, you just dare to disagree with them. I don't know what to call no shit like that. If it's somebody I don't like, I don't fuck with them. Like, I'm not sure if y'all understand. Maybe there's a something going on in the world, and it got either me confused or y'all confused, but somebody's fucking confused. Because if I don't like somebody, I'm not there. I'm not near their shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't fuck with them. They did something that maybe I thought would just, whew, and they did it so many times. I don't fuck with them. Now, that doesn't mean that if I'm somewhere else and they show up, they're not running me off no motherfucking way. You understand? And I can behave myself. I don't have to start announcing that I don't like somebody. And you know what I mean? But and if we're on a panel and they say something I agree with it, then I agree with it. Just because they say something that I agree with don't mean I like them. It just means they said something that I agree with. So that shit with the Tommy and the cellulite. So I don't like nor dislike neither one of those men because I don't give a shit about neither one of those fucking men, to be honest. That's where I'm at with it. Like, I don't have no desire to like or dislike them. It's a lot of time and energy for me to dislike somebody. Like, I'm a Scorpio, and maybe some of y'all don't know what all that mean, and y'all don't care, but I do. And so for me, what it means is when I dislike somebody, there's some energy there. If I dislike you, it will be bad for me and for you on some real shit. Okay? Like, if I decided that I don't like you, and I decide what I'm gonna do with that. What Bob, what you gonna do about a nigga you don't like online? Oh, well, I'm gonna target them every chance I get. Now y'all got to know, if you pay attention to my channel and go look at them titles, when I decided that the Black Manosphere was some shit I didn't like, then I always had them in my title. I went live talking about them all the time with the desire of stomping them out one by one, as I have done through the years. When become one of your motherfucking enemies, you know what I'm saying? Or now, let me reverse that because I said that wrong. When you become one of my motherfucking enemies, when you become the ops in my motherfucking mind, then I personally feel like I need to do something about it, man. You don't want to become one of my motherfucking aunts, okay? You don't want to do that. That's not what you want to do. And I don't want to have the energy because I will come up with the fucking energy to come out you. And therefore, for Bomb, she don't be giving a damn about neither. Whoever's right, if we on a panel together, I'm definitely not running no motherfucker where. And if I'm on somebody's panel who I like, I'm gonna abide by their rules and we're gonna have the discussion. But if for some reason I'm on somebody's panel who I also don't give a fuck about, then I might be there and I might decide to attack any and every fucking body I want to. Okay. Y'all haven't seen me do that too many times. Through the years, I've done it a couple of times. Where I go on the panel and I straight go on the attack. I don't be giving a fuck about the person who channel. Maybe I might went up there to attack the person who panel I was on. Or maybe I didn't give a fuck about them. So they had somebody else up there who I wanted to go at. So I went after them and them. Give them no fuck. This is the internet and what you gonna do. And listen, I'm not worried about nobody coming to my house. Be my address is out there, ho. Ask me for it. You could come uninvited if you want. You could let me know you're on your way if you want. You'll be dumb to do that because I'll be prepared. But if you come uninvited without me knowing, you're still gonna be met with the same fucking aggression. And I'm not giving a damn. And so fuck you gonna do? Get knocked out like you got when you went to a whole um boxing match, claiming how you had hired somebody and shit, how you was doing well training. Motherfucker, you ain't trained no, you must have trained the day before that fight. Cause that motherfucker laid you the fuck out. And your ass was on that mat for a minute. Okay? And and you couldn't be my man neither. I'm gonna be honest with you, baby. A bomb ain't never choose no motherfucker losers, baby. My man had to be smart and strong. Okay, I already knew. Look, he had to be like something like my daddy. Okay, he had to be something like somebody I know who gonna be able to protect me at any turn. And he also had to be smart because I like smart men. I like intelligent men. I like men with brains. I like men who know some shit. That's what I like. Okay, and people might call them nerds or whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I always had a thing for young when I was a kid, when they were boys and I was a girl. I had a thing for the smart boys. I didn't I didn't give a damn about nobody playing basketball and shit. The other girls can have that. I like the ones who look like he gonna be able to do some shit with his life when we become adults. Okay. Not nobody who gonna be sitting around talking about how he used to play football 30 years ago. I don't give a damn. Hubby would tell you his story about football, and I'd be sitting there, and it's so funny to him. You know what I mean? He went out there. He tell a story. He went tried out for football. He did some moves, and the coach told him not to come back. And, a man who could tell that kind of story is because he realizes where he at right now in that moment. It couldn't be no better. He happy right where he at. Men who can admit that, hey, I tried out for basketball and I just didn't make it. He ain't got no regrets in that shit because he like, and still look what I got. I have a family, a wife who love me that I love, and shit. That's what happens when men and women they appreciate where they at in life, and they can look back at all their mistakes, and they can say, yeah, I did that shit that was fucked up. I didn't know no better, and it's somehow a man was on the panel and he admitted that a grown man, 50 years old, that he can may not understand because he's mentally not of age, even at 50. But that man refused to give that 16-year-old girl that same thing. If a 50-year-old man could not know better at 50, well, we got to know that a 16-year-old could not know any better. 16. These men are stupid. They're dumb and they're retarded. And listen, um, this is crazy. When it comes to these men wanting to talk about being with children, and ladies, we got to be very careful because it's not just our girls they after. These men will mess with your sons too. Are they attracted to children? Yes. They're attracted to children. And we make it easy for them to attack our girls and boys. Why? Because we'll sit and let them talk this stupid way, and we'll sit in the goddamn chat and give them the views that they want. I can't do it. Because, see, I know that I have PTSD. I would murder one of these men. These men sit on panels just saying the most atrocious shit. I think I'm a murderer. I think I may have been a murderer in my past life. I think that if one of those men was on side of me talking about being with little girls, it wouldn't be nothing for me to pick up a knife and stab them in their fucking throat. They're so fucking disgusting. And people be sitting in the goddamn chat just listening up. Just listening. What the fuck? You ain't so disgusted. You're not disgusted enough where you could sit there and just listen to them. Because see, after the first or second person try to say, hey, but she's a kid, and they just refuse to even listen to that shit at all, after that you realize you cannot convince them otherwise. You know that they are a pedophile. They pedophiles come up with excuses. They're even okay with the term minor attracted person. It's crazy that Chaz used that term because they came up with that term. The minor attracted person, the pedophiles came up with that term. I was a little confused when Taz was using it. I'm like, what is he doing right now? So confused. But I decided, let me do a little research that I know Taz does. So I was really fucking confused, right? I was so fucking confused because I was like, Taz does his homework. What the hell is he doing? So look, I'm trying to now listen. Taz say he's a that he does his research. This is what he does. This is what he do. This is what it is. So I was like, fuck going on then? So what is a pedophile? Hmm. A person who is sexually attracted to children. And what is man? A maps, I'm sorry, maps. Minor attracted person. The people don't the actual sexual assaulter, these people, right, who like children, they don't like the term pedophile. They don't like that. So they came up with the term maps. They came up with that. They came up with that. See, you could be a pedophile without on it in case you didn't know. You just need to be sexually attracted to them, to a minor. What is a minor? Oh my God. Because I mean, the people who say that They do this for a living. This is what they do. Uh, how should I ask? Okay, I see it. They got it as an adjective and as a noun. A minor, a person under the age of full legal responsibility. Y'all see that? Um, full legal responsibility. Full legal responsibility. Now, y'all see that word say full legal responsibility. Full legal responsibility of what? Because they was talking about a 16-year-old. A 16-year-old is a minor. A 17-year-old. A 17-year-old is a minor. A 18-year-old. This is when it get a little crazy, right? Why? Because an 18-year-old can take on some legal responsibility, but they can't take on full legal responsibility. Not here in America. Only in America does this shit get real confusing. And why is that? Because in other countries, an 18-year-old can fight in a war, they can have sex and get married, and they also can buy alcohol. Right? They can buy alcohol. But in America, though, mm, yeah, they only because they looking out for the girls because they want them. They gonna say, yeah, she can make decisions sexually. But the men they want to catch them real young, right? Um, but can she go to a bar and drink some alcohol legally? No. And if she go to a bar or to a liquor store and she goes to buy some beer, you know who gonna get in trouble? Not her or him at that age, the person who sold it to them, because they aren't legally capable of purchasing said alcohol, which means it would be illegal for the person who sold it to them to sell it to them. Now let's go and go back to this word though. We're gonna go back to this word. Let's actually hmm, open map community. A chat-based community for minor attracted persons to give and receive peer contact. Um, these I don't know. When Taz used this term, I don't know if he knew that this is a term that these people came up with themselves. And they was talking about trying, at least this was a lie that was spread, where MAPS people was trying to get involved with the LGBTQ situation. That was a lie. So why would this be a lie that they would share? Because they know that people are already against the LGBTQ community. And they figured if they add these people, then now they know they will be able to destroy those people. It was a lie that's being was being spreaded. And these people came up with something when they wanted to be a part of LGBT, right? Studies have found that a consistent trend, the majority of sexual abuse of children is carried out by people who are not sexually attracted to children. Now, I need y'all to listen to this. I need y'all to listen to what these motherfuckers are saying. Because if you don't hear what they're saying, then anything. Now, remember, I said these people, they came up with this term themselves. And here they are saying that there is studies that shows that majority of sexual abuse of children is carried not out by people who are not sexually attracted to children. You see that? The MAPS people is saying this, right? And why would they say that? They're trying to convince you that, hey, I don't abuse children. I love children. They're saying that the ones who would abuse and hurt the children, that they don't love the children. They would try to say those are bad people and they're not us, because I love children. When they say I would only just want to take care of said child, I would protect them while I'm sexually having sex with them, but that's not abuse because they say that is love. And so I didn't hear everything Taz said. Maybe he said what I'm saying now. Because, like I said, these topics, if you have these topics, then you should really have these topics honestly and truthfully. And you should also put up the definitions of words so people can hear what you are saying. This is not a topic that should be held every day, having conversation just for the viewership, right? It's crazy. There are a lot of children and who are both males and females, boys and girls, women and men, right? Who have gone through something like this. If they haven't gone through something like this, then they know somebody who's gone through something like this because it's so prevalent in our community. And here we are with grown ass men who love to have conversations about them being with little kids. And listen, all you got to do is listen to them long enough to see that they are sick and that they are actually the pedophiles. But I listen to men say, well, I can't, I refuse to put that on them because, I don't know whether they did it or not. But you hear them having their discussion. And I wish a motherfucker would sue me, bitch. Because, see, I believe in what I'm saying. Uh-oh. Hey, man.
I want to show you something.
You want to show me something?
Yeah, it's going to be like just like a.
Okay, come sit right here. Come sit on my mama's lap. Come sit right here for a second. It's only gonna be a second, you say, huh?
Okay. No, I said it's only going to be for like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Oh, okay. I'm busy for 10 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Wait, can I share it on there while you play? Hold up. Can I share it while you play? Hold up. Yeah. Pause it for. We're gonna let the people see you play it, okay? Y'all, my grandson wanna show something. Hold up.
You hear that saying that?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Give me a second. I hear it. He want to show us something. He want to show me something. Hold up. Hold up. I got to do that. Okay, go ahead. It's there. You play it. He want to show us. Wow. Go, Leaky. Go, Leaky. Go, Leaky. Woo! Now you're leaning back. Oh, you're not doing it right. Come on. Now you're hopping. What you doing? What the rest of the people that you play, you racing against? What they at?
They already tired.
They're tired.
Yes, they already tired, but except me. Look how much energy I'm wasting.
See.
I'm wasting so much energy. I'm sweating.
Sweating, yes, you are. Well, where the other people?
I don't know. Maybe they're tired from running.
Slow down your stride a bit and get more power.
I don't want to. I don't care.
What you
Okay,
mean?
I'm going to do it.
Okay. Well, where the rest of the people at?
I don't. They're tired. I told
Well,
them.
you already won. Then what you showing me a game where you ain't racing against nobody? Go outside and really run. You want to go outside and really run?
Yeah.
Go tell your dad. Well, it's about to get dark. Go tell your dad you want to put on your shoes and go outside and run. Tell your dad you take it. You can take that with you. You got.
That was cool.
That was cool. That was cool.
I can go faster.
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
I can go way faster than the people.
No, you such a superhero. You're gonna be a superhero. Close my window. Thank you. Yeah, look, I gotta give him some attention. He wanted some attention, okay? I don't know what kind of game that was. He wasn't running against nobody. I was like, oh, you're running against nobody. Anyway, sorry about that. That was an intermission for my grandson. Like I said, look, my grandson wanna pop in. He knocks and then he comes right in. He don't even wait for me to say come in. He just he do a two knock and then he comes right in. And he's allowed to do that. Okay. He's allowed to do that. And that's why I don't turn on my camera anymore. There's no reason to. Okay. But anyway, back to what I was saying. So Taz started calling, he wanna call them what they want to be called, which is minor attracted person.
Want to go to the park?
Not me. I want to know how I'm gonna go. Why you ask your dad to take you to the park? What did he say?
He said
Wait.
He said if you want to go to the park.
No, oh no, I don't have on no clothes to go to the park. You see, ask him to take you to the park. He was coming. He was coming to ask you to take you to the park.
Told him he was taking him outside.
No, I told him he was running the game, and I told him to tell you he wanted to go outside. You was daddy. You got no clothes.
Trouble to do.
Oh, what you did today? You did something?
I lost it again.
Where you lost it at? You lost it, or you just left it? Oh, okay.
Lost twice.
Why? How you gonna lose a jacket twice if you got it back? He's running off.
Back. I bought another.
Mickey, you left your jacket? Did somebody take it? Go to man. Mama wanna talk to you. Come here. Come talk to mama. What kind of jacket was it?
It was a black jacket.
Yes, but isn't it? It's the jacket your daddy be buying you. And so every time, listen, there's something called responsibility. Now, even though you're just a kid, when you take off your jacket, you got to know where you took it off at, right? Because you took it off to play, right? And when you take it off to play, when the playing is done, what you got to do?
Go grab it.
You got to go grab it. That's right. So did you go grab it? You forgot to grab it. Come on, don't break up my mom's stuff. So now you just got to go to the teachers to see if they got it. Did you? That's all. Tomorrow, you go ask the principal, did they find the jacket on the playground? Was it at school? You was playing at school? Wait, I don't know why your daddy just didn't go to school and ask for the jacket. Ain't like no kid is out there your age stealing jackets on purpose. They probably picked up the jacket and it might be somewhere in the office. But you can't.
Why was that a dismissal?
Huh?
Why was that a dismissal? Because
When your last day is?
Wednesdays.
School.
Tuesday.
Tomorrow's your last day? Okay. Well, tomorrow you go and say, hey, Miss, whoever the principal is, and ask them did they find a jacket outside. That's all. I'll tell you that, okay? But apparently you're in trouble. You have to, like when you have stuff, you got to keep up with it. That's all. Okay? Come sit right here. I'm not mad at you. Your daddy got you a little uh punished though because you ain't got much to do. You just gotta do that. But you forgot. But you ain't forget how to play basketball. You ain't forget how to use your iPad. You ain't forget how to use your phone. You ain't forget your name. You ain't forget none of those. So how you forget your jacket? So you ain't really forget it. You just didn't think about it, right? Because you got a brain, and so you got to think about some things that you do.
But I was sweating
No, it's okay that you took the jacket off, but you got to put it somewhere so when it's time to go in, you got to put the jacket back on or get the jacket.
Well, that's going to be easier to throw the thingies.
You threw the jacket away?
No,
It's going to be easier to do what?
throw the thingies.
No, throw it. Whatever you're doing, I get it. You took off the jackets to make it easier, but what I'm saying
It
is,
was those squares.
okay, but after you finish playing the game, why didn't you pick up the jacket? That's what we're saying. You forgot? Or you ain't care?
I forgot.
You forgot? Was the jacket still down there?
Then
Wherever you put it.
I put it on the ground, on the grass ground.
You put it on the grass ground? And when you was done playing, you didn't think to grab it?
I forgot.
I know, okay, you forgot, okay. But that your daddy said that's the second jacket you did that too. You can't, and he thinking that because you did it twice, that you just being defiant, right? Maybe because he didn't talk to you sternly enough the first time. That's why you did it a second time. But if mama sternly tell you that the next jacket that you lose or forget, that you gonna be in serious trouble. Okay, because it's your responsibility. If you take something off, then you got to make sure you put it back on. You understand that? Because jackets cost a lot of money. That was a not what they call it, not face,
Yeah.
not face jacket. That's the second not face jacket with the puffy jacket that your daddy bought you.
I know, but I have another one.
You got.
Blue.
I know you got another one that's blue, but just because you got another one don't mean you get to lose the one you had a black one and a blue one. Now you only have a blue one. You used to have a red jacket too. Where's that red one jacket? At your mama's house?
No, it's here.
Oh, it's here.
I'm my dad's room.
Okay. Well, look, when your daddy buy you things, he buy you things because he wants you to have good things, right? Want you to look good and everything. You can't just sit it around to lose it. We're not assuming nobody stole it because you sat it down and you just forgot to pick it up, right? That's all. But it's your responsibility to pick it up, or you're gonna have to pick your butt off the paddle. So you're gonna either start picking the jacket up off the ground and putting it back on, or you're gonna have to pick up your butt off a belt. Which one you prefer?
The jacket.
You prefer to pick up the jacket, right? Than to pick your butt off the belt, right? Okay. So this is how this gonna have to go. Okay. So the reason you can't go outside is because you was irresponsible with your jacket for the second time. It wasn't your first, because if it's the first, you would get a leeway, but it's your second. The third time though, you're gonna be getting your butt off a belt.
A butt off a belt.
That's right, BB. You're gonna be getting the butt off the belt. Okay. So you remember every time you take off your jacket and put it somewhere, no matter where you are, you got to remember where you put it. Okay. You keep an eye on it, even when you're playing. You got to make sure nobody taking it, right? You got to make sure that, and if you see somebody going near your jacket, you say, "Hey, that's my jacket. Put it back down," right? You make sure nobody take your jacket.
Or I can just cover it.
Well, you ain't really got to cover it, but what you got to do is just.
Yeah, if I cover it, I'll have no time.
Well, it's all about you just getting your jacket, okay? You got to get your jacket. You got to keep your jacket. You got to take care of your items. There's things that are for you and some things that are for others. And you don't take other people's stuff, and they shouldn't take yours, right?
But guess what?
What?
When I was at school, somebody, somebody, somebody stole my jacket to see if it was theirs because it didn't have a name.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't steal it to see if it was theirs. They just looked at it to see if it was theirs.
And
But you're right. Did your daddy have your name tag in your jacket?
Yeah, but it erased all.
Oh, your daddy didn't do it right. My mama embroider your name on your next jacket, okay?
Mama Lavanya.
I'm Mama Lavanya. Is that who I am? Okay, Mama, I'm gonna make sure you.
I was chasing them to give me my jacket back, but guess what? I literally tripped on them so they can fall, and after that, I got the jacket back.
Okay.
But and after that, when I had the jacket, it flew out my hand.
It flew out your hand?
Yeah.
Wait, so nobody's taking your jacket, are they?
They did before, and then after it flew away.
Okay. But this jacket, nobody took it. You left it somewhere, right? Okay. If somebody takes something from you, you gotta let
Ask
me.
the teacher.
Yeah, let the teacher know. And if the teacher don't handle it, then you let your daddy or your mom know. If you're scared to tell your daddy, let your mom know. And your mom will go get your jacket. I promise you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm already scared.
But don't be scared. Don't be scared of me. You be scared of that belt though. Next time you lose your jacket. You understand?
BB.
That's right.
Belt.
That's right. Your butt gonna be on the belt.
But guess what? I have something funny.
What?
Belly belt.
Belly belt? Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't hit your belly, but I might hit your belly, okay? Because the belt might wrap around you. I mean, hit your butt and your belly. Bam! And we don't want that, okay? Because it's gonna hurt. Pain is what you're gonna be worried about.
But Bill, you actually made me laugh.
It's okay if I make you laugh, but when that belt is on your butt, I can promise you, you're not gonna be laughing. Okay? You're not gonna be laughing.
I'm gonna be like this.
And mama gonna be crying with you, but she will be beating your butt. Okay? She will beat you.
I'm gonna be like this.
That's how you're gonna be. Oh, okay.
And after I'm going to stop like this.
Okay. Anyway, your last day of school is tomorrow or next Tuesday?
Tuesday.
This Tuesday, tomorrow Tuesday, or next Tuesday? You don't know?
Oh no, it's my birthday.
Is tomorrow your last day, Nikki? Huh?
My last day, yes.
Tomorrow's the last day of school?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great.
Bum, bum,
My mom
bum,
gonna
bum,
get
bum.
my mom gonna get she gonna get some stuff together. But this summer we're gonna be doing a lot of learning. Okay. Yes, every year. You know what it is? This year, you're going to second grade, so we're gonna be learning. We're gonna do some math, but you're good at math already. We're gonna do some history.
I'm already good at history.
Well, what you know about history?
Now you can spell words.
Well, that's not history. Is not spelling words. That's English. Okay, that's language arts. We're talking about history is about things that happened in the past.
Yeah, but I already know that.
Well, what happened in the past? Name one thing that happened in the past that you know.
No.
Well, you say you know. If you know, you got to prove it.
I'm not telling you. I'm not proving anything.
Oh, that so you see, you just like these these men, right? Who say you know something, but then you say, "Hey, well, what's the answer?" and they be like, "I ain't gotta tell you." Well, yes, you gotta tell me, or otherwise we're gonna get out the Black History book, and you're gonna learn. Okay, you're gonna learn about.
I'm learning right now.
Well, you ain't gotta learn right now. Go about your business. Go. Take the tablet. Where my tablet at?
Yeah.
Okay, you must have put it in your daddy room. Okay, bye. See you later.
Bye.
Love you. Did you eat?
Yeah.
Okay.
You said you weren't coming to the. You said you were not going outside.
Yeah, I don't have on no clothes. It's getting dark. Go ask Pop. Go ask Pop. Do you want to take it outside? Pop might take me. Don't tell him I sent you though. Don't tell on me. Okay? Just go say, hey, Pop. Well, I don't know if you can. You gotta ask your daddy. Close the door. Oh, look, I don't want hubby to know that I said grandson down there. Close my door, man. Anyway, let's get back to it. Okay. The minor attract. See, that's my grandson, and I want to protect him with every fiber in my being. But there'll be some sicko out there who also want to say, "Well, I would love him too," you know. And so I'm not calling these men no male attracted person. I'm calling them exactly what the hell they are, sickos. Okay. Now let me go find these motherfucking videos because now I'm really upset. You know, the more I think about my grandson or children, young girls and boys out there who've been abused and getting abused throughout their time. And the idea that we can sit on here and think we know these people while we listening to them say the worst and sickening things. The idea that there is a conversation about little girls with grown ass people 35 plus. Why would we be even discussing some 16-year-old? It's what I need to know. Now, and then they'll be like, well, if he was 20 and she was 16, and so that's what that is, about 16 from 20 to 16, and then like 3 years, 16 to, yeah, 4 years difference. Um, okay. So can a 20-year-old know a 16-year-old? Yes, right? And because they could have been grown up in the same neighborhood and been going to schools with each other. In his last year, maybe no, actually, yeah. Okay, I'm right. When he was like 18, he would have been maybe in high school last year, and she just entering high school, right? It could have been a friend of the family. It could be those situations where you could see, well, okay, they grew up with each other right down the street. When he became of age. Instead of him going to find him a young woman his age, he reaching back for the kiddos. And people make it seem like that's acceptable. And I can assure you that's not acceptable. I never made it. My sons turned 18. I let them know, damn, hey, 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 welcome to adulthood. I was like, them little girls that you've been playing with all your life. I said, yeah. I said, you a man and you don't get to play like kids no more. You you a grown man, aren't you a grown? Because you when we all turned 18, everybody was excited. The boys was excited that they turned 18. The young girls, she's excited that she turned 18. Everybody now excited. They couldn't wait to turn 18. So I can't imagine the ones who turn 18 and still want to be like children. So if you 18 and now you glad you 18 because now you could go and you could drive, you could be out there all night if you want because you grown. You can sign contracts. You can even get your apartment if you can afford it. All of that is what you could do, but you still want to hang out with the children. Which one is it? Are you are you about to walk into this world as an adult? What you've been waiting for? Or you just want to hang out right here and wait with the children? I let my sons know. Now that's a clear line right now. You could end your whole life. But we know these black men don't give a damn about no life. All they care about is their team, right? Because if you get accused of doing some shit like that, your ass gonna be on the registry. It will prevent you from getting good and nice jobs that gonna be where you can afford to have a decent life. These men don't care. It's their team, baby. They think they can tell a little girl to not tell someone, and they think that shit gonna stay a secret. Soon as shit goes sideways, she telling. Soon as she realize what you done, or even if she don't tell, because you done manipulated her to where she shouldn't be telling. If you got to tell somebody not to tell, then you already know you're doing something wrong, something inappropriate. These sicko men. Let me put the link out. Let me put this link out because I'm getting upset. I cannot handle these conversations. And when these little niggas want to act like they innocent, when on their panels they hosting this shit, right? Oh, it's a few others. And I like when they tell us. I like when they tell us, but then what amazes me is that when they tell us that they are pedos, how many motherfuckers will sit around and just be like chilling out with them. I be thinking, the fuck? Some of these women are atrocious as well. They'll bring their daughter around. They'll dress her up and everything and pimp her ass out. And why y'all think she doing that? You think they do that for the little girl's sake so she can be better in life, or are they doing that for their sake? Why they didn't get their grown asses all sexy and shit and go around that man who's her age? Why would she dress her daughter up, pimp her out? Man, man, oh man. Let me grab the link because I do get upset. And then listen, I don't want to hear no shit from no man coming up here with no bullshit, gonna tell me about what no little girls know. If a little girl know it, then a grown man fucking know it. All day and every day. Now, it's crazy because when I go in the psyche of little boys, you'll find that just because they know the words, right, that don't mean they know the meaning. It doesn't mean that they know the consequences that will come. And the consequence of having a baby may not be a consequence to a grown adult, but it definitely is a very harsh consequence to a child. Children having children not only affected the child who had the baby and had to figure out how to raise it, it affects our whole community and our whole society. What got me is that once women understood that, once we realized the narrative was children having children, children having children, you could see the next generation of children not having children. That means there was some correction done. The young ladies, the mothers, the mothers themselves, when they was raising their daughters, they taught them something. They expressed you don't want to have a child young. And they explained to them why they wouldn't want that. So the men are the ones who's black men seem to be the failures of our community. You are the fucking failures. Because somewhere somebody taught you that you could just get away with your bullshit. You can just say what you want. You will be an animal. You can act like animals, be animals. You ain't got to make no changes. And who would give you that information? The very communities that want to destroy our community. They realize that they can't destroy the women. See, the women, they can't be so destroyed. They can't destroy women. Black women, they can't destroy black women. They've been trying to figure out how to destroy us forever. Even when they destroy you or you almost eliminated, black women still end up having children, producing black children. So in order to kill all black people, they're gonna have to kill all black women, which is not gonna be able to be done because they cannot do it. We too hardy. We figure shit out. We'll get things done. We'll make necessary changes. We're going to survive. So they figured this next go round, let the black men, let their own goddamn sons destroy them. And that's where we at right now. We where the black man has been told that, yeah, you got to deal with your woman, right? He'll go and get him another race of woman who is way worse. But we too bad. We bad. Our education, us uplifting ourselves and our children and our family by helping the man, right? That is thought of as bad. And now these men are against feminism, the very thing that helped lift our community. But see, they hate us. Then they turned around and they dislike women, the black women, the ones that birthed them. And so, ladies, these men are dangerous. And you should only trust the ones that you can really trust. Like, you need to know them. If there's any inkling that he could harm you, like if I had any inkling that any one of my sons at any time would, for anything, like if I thought they could be paid where they would come and harm me, then they would definitely not be living with me. I know that I could trust them with everything. I'm not gonna have to worry about them sneaking behind my back to pop no pictures or record me so they could post it on the internet. We know they ain't gonna do no shit like that. Right? If I didn't have that trust in them, then I wouldn't be with them. You see? They wouldn't still be living here. They wouldn't have access to me. And so it's unfortunate, but we gotta look into our families to make sure, because the outside information that they get is very harmful, could be very harmful. And yeah, like I was saying, I was having a conversation with my son, and it was on the Drake thing, and I was explaining that, yeah, he was in a conversation with a young girl when he was a grown ass man, 30, 29 years old, and she was like 14, 15. My son was like, yeah, but they was networking. I said, why would he be networking with her? He was like, well, she was on a great show and he was reaching out, celebrating. I was like, why would he celebrate with a child? And then I had to let him know. And my son was like, anybody who would do such and such, they're a creep. And I was like, I know, but y'all can't identify the creeps. I said, because the creeps don't look creepy. They're not gonna have on a jacket that says I'm creepy. They're gonna look normal. And the thing that's gonna tell you that he's creepy is the shit that he does. And if you can't contact, now that you're about to be 30 or you 30, if you can't contact a 14-year-old just simply because they in a movie or a TV show that you like without it looking creepy, why do Drake get to hit up a young girl and we're not supposed to think that it's creepy? I'm like, the person who's creepy not gonna have a sign on them saying they're creepy. In fact, they purposely are hiding their agendas, what they plan to do, because they know that society is not going to accept it. And so they're hiding it. And when it comes peeking through, it is what it is. Stop acting like it's not. Stop acting like, well, it can't be because if he would hide it better. What do you mean? So it can't be what it is because if it was, he would hide it better. Everything done in the dark comes to light. It wasn't like he was hitting her up in the open, right? He didn't mention that he talked to her. I think she did, right? Anyway, let me grab the link. I'm tired. I'm tired of talking. I'm supposed to be sewing. Yeah, let me chase you. Let me go to the link here, right here. Um, and back to the trade thing, right? What's sneaky about him, and this is what I'm saying. I'm giving a warning. I'm not telling you what to do, what not to do. I'm not even telling you what it is and not. I'm just saying that it's not what is portrayed to be because it's portrayed to be too many different things. Um, Trey shows himself to be dishonest because I don't know, for the men's sake. It's like he could disagree with the men, but then he could disagree with them and then turn right around and a woman could be saying what he's saying and then he start disagreeing with her. So which one could it is it? Are you disagreeing with the men because you disagree? But now you're disagreeing with the woman, even though she's saying the same thing you was saying when you was having a discussion with the man, but because she's a woman saying it, you disagree with her. And so like that is the confusion of a trade to truth teller. That he shows himself to be a liar. And then, but you're just not sure which one he's lying about. And does it even matter? A liar is a liar, baby. You know, you shouldn't even have to figure out which truth or lie is they are they telling. It's not really that important. Your grandma should have told you that once you lie, you're always a liar. Once people perceive you to be the liar, you are the liar. That's it. That's all. You can't be truthful over there and a lie over here, and then you truth. Then now people got to try to figure out. Like, no, that's all we need to know is that you're a liar. That's why lying is a bad thing. But not today, though. Y'all don't know. I never hear people say that lying is a bad thing anymore. We just know that so many people are lying that it's almost like it's just a part of society. And I'm like, what the fuck? We making shit harder than it should be. It really is so simple. Don't be a liar. The hell you being a liar for? You a liar? And and we gotta figure out no, and so your grandmother said, liar, liar, pants on fire. They used to tell you to be truthful. They asked you, do you know what a lie is? Do you know what the truth is? And then they taught us that early on. And even through the badness, like if you are in trouble, we kind of got an idea that you're gonna try to lie to get out of trouble. That's really acceptable that we know that's gonna happen. And the person, if you done something that you know you shouldn't have done, you don't really want to get in trouble. You may lie. But what about when you're not in any trouble? You have no reason to lie, but you're doing it anyway. That's the part I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the person who took the apple and knew they shouldn't have took the apple, but they took the apple and then somebody come and say, hey, did you see who took the apple? And you'd be like, no, I didn't see who took the apple. The world not going to get destroyed over that apple and this person just not wanting to be in trouble. But what about the people get on these panels and say that they make six figures and then you find out that they not even making 40,000 a year? And some people say, well, Bomb, they lying about their salary. Why does that matter? I could tell you why that matters. We could go back 3 years ago when everybody was making six figures. How about the people who wasn't making six figures? How do you think that made them feel? How does that make them feel that how in the hell they working hard, they're not making six figures, and everybody else making six figures? Is that you, Kulu? I think Kulu came up, but I think he got knocked down. Come back up, Kulu. Um, You see what I'm saying? So if everybody seem to be making six figures and you realize you're not making six figures, that may make you feel bad, may make you feel insignificant, may make you feel like you're a loser. And so that's why I say a lot we be ruining society without even realizing. These men are not making six figures. Most people are not making six figures. Hey, Kulu. You're muted.
Can you hear me? Sorry about that.
How you doing, Kulu?
Long time no see. Missed you, Bob. I'm doing good, doing good.
I miss you too. I miss you too. The last time I saw you was over there working hard.
Yeah,
You was working hard.
yeah, I'm working right now. They got me doing nights, but at least I get double time and every hour is overtime. So they got to do it nights now. They're trying to get this data center done. So
Oh,
um,
okay.
yeah, so I was listening to your live and I couldn't agree with you more. I think the fact that these YouTubers, and I'm excluding Sharon because Sharon hasn't done it, like in my eyes, but the way that they're platforming these individuals with these ideas in attempt to try to debate, I just think, in my belief, that there's no debating this. There's no discussing it. There's no having a conversation about it. We know for a fact that if you're under the age of 18, and I don't even like the age of 18, I'd push it up to 21 or 25. But just speaking on the conversation, it don't matter if you're 18, 19, 20, 25, 30. If you are looking at a child, person under 18, in any type of sexual way, you're a fucking predator. You're a pedo. You know what I mean? Um, and to try to use words like minor attracted person or try to use softening words to soften this and normalize this type of stuff, to me is evil. And to see some YouTubers platform these guys and bring them on and have hours worth of discussions about this topic, these people need to be shunned. They need to be banned. Like, I'm shocked that these dudes who are in this space haven't collectively got together and decided that we're not going to have these individuals who think like this on our platforms, in our chats. You know what I mean? Um, like, like it's a shame that hasn't happened. And I think that, like you pointed to, there's a bigger agenda that's happening, and black men are being used as Trojan horses, as idiots, useful idiots, in these spaces to normalize this stuff within our community. And you see, them using, the 16 and 24 situation with the dude. I don't even know his name, but now, they're talking about laws of consent are 16. Those were set by the same sickos that are running this country to today, that are still doing the same shit. You know what I mean? So just because
Right.
the laws say it's 16 or 15 doesn't mean that that makes it right or makes it legal. Like, at some point, you got to use your intelligence and understand that a a person under 18, and I don't even like 18, it should be older, but they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the comprehension, the understanding, the bigger picture of the choices they're making about dealing with older men. And the fact that these older men are willing to deal with these children just shows that they're sickos. And to me, bro, they need to be unalived off this planet, you know. Um, And luckily, I'm not in this space, or I would have been doxed these dudes. I would have been harassed these dudes, called their jobs, called their families on live. Like that's the type of shit that I do for the people that I cover that are actually abusing women and shit like that. And I'm shocked that we haven't seen that, man. We haven't seen more black men unify and ban these dudes, create some type of lookout or watch to see these people, you know, who's chatting it, who's agreeing with it, blocking all of them, figuring out who these people are, and making a list or a website to expose these people. You know what I mean? So that we can actually end this shit. But they seem to be okay with it, man. And it seems like some YouTubers, not to call any names, but you have them titled, seems like they just care about money, man, care about the views. And like it just seems like, because you brought up earlier as well, that these people have to have panelists to even bring viewers to their platform. Like, for example, I've seen you just by yourself talking, and there'd be 120 people in your live stream. I've seen Sharon, Taz, and other people just by themselves talking, hundreds of people in the live stream, like myself included. But like some of these dudes who you mentioned, by themselves, they're only averaging 40, 50 people, and they have to bring on like manosphere dudes like Angry Man. They have to bring on, other people to try to bring numbers to their channel. So it just seems like it's all about the money, man. It's all about the views of the YouTube check and the money, and not really protecting the community, you know what I mean, and actually trying to do something to change some shit. You know, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, I agree with you. And I'm so you gave me an idea that, I'm finally meeting some like-minded people because I do think they need to be punished for the shit they say online. In other areas they would get rid of these men. Somebody would have doxed their ass, and then
Yep.
everybody in their neighborhood and everybody would know so they could backtrack that shit, right? Or you
Yep.
may even find that these men have already been committed some of these things. You know, so I was shocked that Taz used the um, MAPS term because that is a term provided by the pedophiles. They
Yeah.
like it. It's a softer term. They liked it. They said, "Call me a minor attracted person," and they were bold with it, claiming that they love the child. I would never harm the child. I love the child. And we're like, why do you love the child? You for sexual purpose, sexual gratification.
Yeah. They want to groom them. They want to, take these children at 13 and have them, have them depend on them and things like that until they grow up old enough, not realizing. And all these girls that get in these young relationships, a lot of them when they get older, they end up resenting the person that they're with. Since they were young, whether he's older or the same age, they end up wanting to explore more stuff. You know what I mean? Experience life and things like that. And that's just, you know, what should be happening is like these dudes shouldn't be trapping or targeting or grooming these little girls. Let these girls experience what they want to experience. Let them learn who they are. Let them do what they want because at some point they'll figure out who they are and then they'll go out and find that person. You know what I mean? Um, so the idea of dating younger and shit like that, it never works out for these guys. There may be a two or three examples that they can point to that it worked, but in every other case, the dude who's old as hell gets old and he's shitting in the diaper, and the girl's using his money with the younger guy. Like it never works out for these guys. And you speaking about the minor attracted word, like that's just the beginning. Like there's gonna be other words that they're gonna come up with that's gonna slowly, soften the conversation, slowly make it seem normal. And I want to be surprised in the next year or two that they're, is try to make it look cool. You know what I mean? When they find the right term. And you're gonna see more
Right.
people, as talking about this shit, pushing it if we don't give pushback now. So I definitely agree with you 100% about these guys in the space. Are the bigger agenda, them being used, and now we see why our community is fucked up. Now we see why we got enslaved in the first place. Now we see why, shit happened for the 350 years that it happened for, because we don't have true, real men to actually stand up and protect and to prevent and be proactive future issues, future problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I,
I agree with you
I agree
completely.
with you. Yeah, they let them get up there, and then before you know it, one conversation turns into several conversations, and then the men like over there by Chaz. That's my I listened to that one, right? It was on my TV running, and they was up there. It was this one guy who I never seen before, and his ass was saying that he agreed that the child, the 16-year-old, should have known better. She was old enough to know better. And so everybody else was up there trying to like, hey, dude, like, what are you talking about? What about the older guy? And he was like, well, he may not know any better. What you mean he may not know any better? He was 30. He was older. How could it be that he don't know any better, but she does? And it was
Hmm.
just so ridiculous, you know?
Yeah, it was actually sickening too, because I think I did hear that, and somebody did send me a clip. They've been like recording clips because they want me to cover it. It was on, I guess, the Trades Dude channel, who I don't like very much, but uh, he was talking about how when he was young, he was dealing with the younger girl and whatnot, and they asked him if now with like knowing what he knows now, if he would go back and not deal with that girl. He said no, he wouldn't care if he knew her age or not. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on, man? Like you can't be that fucking sick, that hard headed to to
Yeah.
say that shit. Like what are we really talking about, man? What are we really talking about when it comes to little girls, when it comes to this type of stuff? And I've had this conversation before, Bomb, to where I was covering an African tribe. I can't remember the tribe and what country it was, but the dude was having a second or third wife, and the girl was like 13. And the dudes on the panel was saying, "Oh man, that's their culture, so it's okay." And I was saying, man, it don't matter what culture you in. I don't give a fuck if you're an alien or whatnot. No child under the age of whatever 18, if we want to call 18 or 21, should be getting married, even if it's their culture. Like that shit should be universal, you know? And like it just blows my mind, like how these dudes are like that. But it like in a way it makes sense because those dudes like we're not the men of their generation, right? So dudes that are 30 or 40 years old is the women that were their age growing up in high school or even later, college. Those were the lames. Those were the dudes who couldn't get the actual women of substance. It's the women of value that were in their class. So they got to go younger and younger to just trying to find a girl. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it yeah, man, it just shows me that like a lot of these dudes who claim they got money, who claim they did this and did that, they're not really doing that shit. They was the lames of their generation. And
And
I've seen too many dudes claim to be millionaires, claim to have all this money, but be on panels all damn day. You know what I
right.
mean?
Are
Sitting
you
like how the fuck
good?
you making millions of dollars and you on the pan like if you're an entrepreneur or a businessman, aren't you supposed to be doing your business? Like
Right.
it just lets me know a lot of these people is lying about who they are and they're painting a online narrative, a image of themselves.
And it'd be ridiculous. But even let's say they are a millionaire. Let's say that. And they had the time to be on panels. Why would they be on our panels? Why they like these are millionaires? They should be somewhere on a panel making even more money, showing people how to be millionaires. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? But they on the panels discussing men being with little girls. And so I think some of these men are in jail. And I think some of them they can't even get a job because of the things they've already done based on the things they believe. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
um, I remember with somebody asking me why am I up all night? I'm like, your husband over there asleep. Why are you up all night? And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, my husband is asleep. He gonna get up in the morning and go to work. And so I didn't say, but why are you up all night, Mr. Head of the household?
Yeah.
Right? And and they don't have anything to say. It's the craziest things that they say. These conversations about being with little girls, this stuff have to end. See, we
It
had this
does.
conversation a couple of years ago, and that's when it was with what his name over there? What's his name? The one from Portland. Where he from?
Uh,
Um,
I don't know.
Fatty.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
From
yeah,
Portugal. Portuguese,
yeah,
whatever the fuck.
Portugal. Yeah, so it was Fatty, but he wasn't the only one. Fatty just was. He's not in this country, and and him and with the JP thing and JP's children and shit like that, um, came into question.
Mhm.
And but before that, the conversations have been had. Kulu, the things these men have been saying through the years, it's been so crazy.
But you know what
But
blows my mind, Bob?
oh, I'm
Yeah, you know what
sorry.
blows my mind about this whole thing, right? Like
Hmm.
that conversation about the new beach that we had on Sharon's platform. They
Hmm.
made a bigger deal. More channels spoke about that and try to hold Sharon accountable for that than I've seen them try to hold 2K or any of these dudes that are on these platforms saying that shit.
Right.
And it blew my mind. And like about like for example, right? I see you be sewing. You're like a grandmother. You're a wife. And
Mhm.
whatnot. So like you're doing your job while you're in the panel. You mute up, go do what you have to do. I hear your kids sometimes in the background, right? Josh, he's at work. Like you see him flipping trash cans. You see PhD go to meetings. Like you see me, working.
Mhm.
So we're actually doing our job and being on the panel. But some of these guys that are agreeing with that shit that are on these platforms that you spoke about, they've been sitting in a chair 12 hours a day. They go to Sharon's panel, go to another person's panel, 5, 6 days, 7 days a week. And it's like, bruh, I don't want to hear this millionaire shit. I don't want to hear none of this red pill shit. Like, what are you actually doing productive?
Right.
Come on.
Hey, is somebody just came up. Let me see who it is. I gotta.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, how you doing?
This PhD.
Oh, girl, listen, hold up. You. I'm gonna change it to your name, okay?
Oh, okay. What is it?
It said Dr. Edwards. You can leave it Dr.
Sure.
Edwards. My last name Edwards, and you a doctor. Come on, we can rock with it if you want. You want me to put PhD? What you want me to do?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up,
You can put
PhD?
PhD. Hey.
Okay. Hey, Diva, how you doing? I missed you.
Good. How are you? I got a mouthful of vegan Snickers in my mouth, but where you been? I missed you too.
Girl, I've been my girl. My husband got me going crazy over here. Okay, I gotta stay up to make sure he's still breathing on me. Um, and he refused to go to the doctors or something. I heard his heart. So a couple of like a week ago, week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks now. I was in the bed and I heard something going boom, 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 boom. So I was like, "Oh, do I hear my heart?" Then I realized I'm hearing his heart. And then he would wake up and sit up where he could hardly breathe. And I said, "Babe, you gotta go to the doctor." So he went to the hospital on Memorial Day, and they mentioned heart failure. What is called massive heart failure, something like that. That it might be.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I'm like, what is you talking about? Go to the, he said they're gonna make an appointment for me. I said, you sure they gonna make it or we need to make it? He said they
Right.
gonna make it. And I'm like, okay, so when I heard that, I'm thinking like this is serious. My dad passed away from massive heart failure. Um,
Oh
so
really?
girl, yeah,
That's scary.
yeah, because my dad had a heart attack and nobody even knew he had a heart attack. But hubby, so we still waiting. Now he went last Memorial Day, and here we go another week, and he still haven't seen the cardiologist. That's who he's supposed to be making an appointment with. I'm like, shit, you need to maybe just go to the emergency room. Maybe they'll hook you up and then do something. I don't know what, but I got to stay up. I'll keep watching him at night
But
because I
why
keep.
are they taking so long? Like something like that seem like they should you know, that should be something that they like do quickly, no?
That
Like
that's what
very
I
soon.
thought. That's what I thought. I thought, hey, when they found out this day, the next day, a doctor should be calling him to say, come into the office either tomorrow or within the next, within that week. But no, he then told me on Friday that they reached out to him, but he didn't answer because he didn't recognize the number. I'm like, that don't even make sense if you waiting for them. So I keep asking him, you want me to take care of it? Like they could call me, I'll set up the appointments and everything. And he keep telling me no. I don't know what's going on with him. But I'm worried. I seem to be more worried than he is. So that's
Wow.
what. So I'm up all night watching him, and then by the time I go to sleep, I'm worn out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it's been.
Oh wow.
But everybody doing good. I was over there with when I was over there. Wasn't I over there with y'all Friday? Yeah, being messy a little bit on Friday. Remember
Mm-hmm.
that Puerto Rican woman came up there on that bullshit.
But that was like the second time she came up there. But the first time you had to get some straightening with her too. You remember?
Or,
I don't remember about what, but I remember like you cussed out the first time she came
or
up there.
did.
Yeah.
But they like to come over. You could tell when they have it against us, cause they'll say something and I hear it in their voice, But when they come over to kind of correct black women,
Mm-hmm.
I be wondering why they think they could come over. They got you and me, maybe a couple other black women there. Why they think they could just come over and just tell us that we doing something wrong?
Them N words be putting a battery in their back.
Mm. And then they come against you, and then shit, but they still apparently they get brave enough to come back again. Anyway, We was so I, I've been listening every once in a while to YouTube, but these conversations with the little kids is too much for me, because due to the shit that I've seen growing up, my
Right.
sensitivities be against the grown men with children, and
Who was talking about that?
well, it was what her name was having a conversation with a guy. What her name? The one who Daryl um used
Gently?
to start.
Oh,
No,
MJ.
no, the one he was stalking, who he dated before
Oh,
all the
Lucky. Lucky.
Lucky. So she was on the panel with a man, and the man mentioned something about, something about girl, when her body is able to accept a man. And
Yeah. When she's ready
that,
or something.
I saw that. What a sicko, right? And that was
yes,
philosophical ass, wasn't it?
yeah, I've never seen him before. I didn't know him. Yeah, that's who it was. So I don't,
Yeah, eyes popping out his head.
yeah, girl. Well, so that's a grown ass man talking about a girl's body accepting of a man. We know he talking sexual.
Right.
And so what the hell does that? Because these men think even babies can be accepting. Because I could pull up videos of these men killing, harming baby infants with their penises.
Right.
So that shit was crazy. But even in that conversation, a little bit that I did see, even the reason I didn't want to really review that because Lucky was saying some stupid shit her goddamn self. Because and the men didn't understand what was going on because they so used to going after the woman and disagreeing with her that they wasn't listening to her because she was having a problem wondering what's the problem. Because if she was legally of age, is what I heard her saying. She was like confused why there should be an issue because if she's 16 or whatever age, then it's legal. And she was saying, well, if it's legal, what's the problem? But they wasn't listening to her. So they thought she was opposing what they were saying, which is why I oppose all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because the women who will say, well, it's legal, and like I be wondering who is this bitch? Like, who is this? Oh,
Well,
oh, but who
do
is
you?
this? Apple, Apple, who is this bitch?
Well, I said that's fine, but I mean, like, do you know, kind of her backstory?
Yeah, so I kind of understand.
Right. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know I understand, and it's pitiful. It's pitiful, but it's a few of the women rocking around on YouTube, and they'll tell you, especially when it was early, like about 5, 6, 7 years ago, they were bragging about how they boyfriend slash husband met them when they was younger. And then like, child, I knew exactly what I was doing, child. And they think because they knew what they were doing, that the other little girls knew what they were doing. And then, but before Charlie girl turned 30, nigga was divorcing her and cheating on her already.
Hmm. Hmm.
See, she became too old for him. And that's go ahead.
No, what you said? That was what?
No, that's what happened with him, right? These
Mm.
men like these younger girls. When she was younger,
Right.
she was his flavor, and then when she
Mm-hmm.
turned 26, 27, 28, then now she too old, and now he cheating on her with another younger one. But before she knew of the cheating and shit, she was all giddy about it. How
Mm-hmm.
she caught this 30-year-old man when she was like 16, right?
Right.
But now I wonder if everything about her message has changed since she realized this man groomed her
Right.
and then tossed her ass to the side.
I'm sure it has, right? Not even
Yeah.
knowing who you're talking about, but that's typically what happens, right? Once the relationship is over, then I'm a victim.
Right. Now some of them though refuse to be the victim. You know why? Because they didn't have children. And so, we as women, when we have them children, we be thinking, well, I can't regret the child. Even though she may hate the dude or not, but she'll just say, well, she'll chuck it up, and that's how men get away with it. They get away with it without any, because there'll be some women raising their hands saying it's okay. But what she don't realize that this man went into her life early, and she had this baby way maybe before she was ready. And now,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead. I'm saying amen. Let me go on mute.
Oh no, you. I was just saying that I think, and I mentioned how the society have us, as some of us as women, um, manipulated too. I realized growing up, and when I think about why do I feel this way, and why, like I be wanting so hard to, you know, go at all the men, but I find that I can't, because, and then these men will say, well, yeah, we're animals. And I be wondering why they say that. I've never heard men in the past say we are animals, and animals do this in the wild. And I'm thinking, first of all, you're not an animal, and you're not even in a fucking wild. Nigga, you on the internet talking. Which your bitch ass need to be at work somewhere, because you ain't at work. Right? And but you hear these men, they'll even admit that it's okay. I remember when they was talking about how it used to be good for a man to go, he would leave a cave, grab a woman, hit her over the head, and drag her to the cave. These men was bragging about that, and they thought that was cool, and they want that shit again. And don't they know that's great? Like, if you had to hit her in the head to get it, then that means she didn't want to give it to you. Hey, Shadow.
Right. But a lot of men like the idea of forcing a woman to do something, right? It's that control element.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
Hey, Shadow, how you doing?
sorry, it was a training day. You look good.
What happened? Oh, well, sound like he said something. I don't know what he said.
Wait, what happened?
No, what you were saying, I couldn't hear you.
No, I said short. It was long. It was a training day. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope you everything good though, huh?
Yeah, everything's good.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So PhD, so I was talking about, how these men, like we just mentioned something that's very important though, the control of women. So do you think when they realize they have no control over nothing else in their life, right? They can't control the jobs they get, the money they make, where they live at, who they live with, because of lack of money and funds. Do you think that's why they wanna grab a woman and get online and just try to control us?
Yeah, these people so crazy. uh, yeah, I certainly. I know the fact that they don't control nothing in their own lives. Uh, is a big part of it.
Yeah,
I'd be
man.
more confused by the women though. Like to
Yeah,
say, oh well, it's legal at 16. Like, to not have any understanding that even though the law may say like, oh, well, she fair game, like as a person, as an adult, you know that at 16, you really aren't equipped to deal with somebody who is much older than you.
right. These men think it's on uh even playing field though, because they'll simply say she's 16, she know better. And even the idea that they say she know better essentially is saying that they know that she don't know better, right?
Right.
Because you saying that something happened. Something happened. It didn't work out on her end, but you willing to place the blame on her. And maybe the man went to jail because he should have been jailed for what he was doing, but they'll say it's her fault because she knew better. She knew that she shouldn't have been doing that. That's
But it's like, but don't he know he much older than her? So if she know at her young tender age of 16, then certainly his big grown butt behind know.
right. Except that dude who was over there by Taz, and I don't know where he was before that, but he said that some men don't have the capability because they childish. So they could be 50 years old and still not know better. So it's
But
on
an
the
actual
six.
child.
Yes, but the actual child, she should know better because she knew better. And the grown as grandpa dude, well, he could be a little childish. Girl, you should have saw how anybody else saw that discussion so y'all could, and saw how that worked out. That was great. Let me see if I can go find it real
Like
quick.
if a 16-year-old can be held accountable, like how can you be fooled by a 16-year-old? And if you are, because the logic don't make sense. If she knows better, and you as a 50-year-old man or a 30-year-old falls for it and got conned by a 16-year-old, how are you the leader of your family? How are you the leader of the community? Like how can you be a leader in anything if you allow a 16-year-old to pull you into a relationship that you know is against the law? So the logic just doesn't make any sense. And it just shows you that these men aren't leaders, man. What people are saying is true. It's just true at this point. Every day they're proving it more.
Yeah. I don't even know. Let me see. If he still have it.
Hey, Bone.
Taz be over there cooking, man. Okay. This shit
Hey,
right here,
Bone.
though. Huh?
Is your bomb squad membership set up on the YouTube side?
No, I gotta fix all that.
Okay.
Listen, I'm an old lady trying to figure it out, baby. Trying to figure between me sewing and everything else. It's a lot. Okay,
No,
it's a whole lot.
I got you. Just keep me up to date with that.
Okay, let me share. But I would like, like some of you, y'all grown men, y'all got family, right? I'm not sure if any of you have girls, but I would like to know from the men, like,
Yes.
okay, so let's say your daughter is 16. Are you okay if a 24-year-old come a knocking?
I'm not okay if a 16-year-old comes knocking.
Right. That- That's what my dad would have said too. He would have been just like that. You're not dating until you're old. But these men, though, are saying when they speak, I watched, okay, a few years back, around 2020. That's when Jay Prince, Fight Club was up, Jay Prince and Fatty was still together and all that shit. And these men was talking about how men should what they call it when other men come and and they would listen to the boys as they want to date their daughters. What they call it? What's the word, y'all? Vet. They wanted to vet the men, and then they was talking about how they would give their daughters. The boys got to go through them for their approval, and they was acting like, yeah, like these men can, like another man could go up to JP and say, hey, I want your daughter, and they would negotiate that shit. And I was thinking, what the hell kind of shit is this going on?
I ain't betting shit. If I got a 16-year-old. I'm sorry. I got to watch my language now. Uh,
Oh,
if
you have a 16-year-old? I didn't know.
no. Mine is half that age.
Oh. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not betting. But even if I am not betting nothing, don't. Well, you better not come to my house. I'm gonna beat you and your dad up.
See, I'm beating up everybody trying to come get involved with my daughter. That's that's what I heard growing up. Even though I
I'm
know my dad.
gonna be Uncle Phil. I'm throwing everybody out.
My dad used to say the same thing, but when the boys came up talking, as long as they walked up to him, talked to him, he asked him whatever he asked him or whatever. Uh, then I was able to go places. But they did have to go through him though, which was a kind of protection, right? he would let them know, like, they better not hurt my daughter. You better not hurt my daughter. Then you better come back in one piece.
Bond, and I quote, she's not allowed to date until she's older than I am.
Damn. Oh, Lordy. Let me see where I find this dude at. Let's see. It was this Priz dude. What his name was? Where you at? Let's see. And they was questioning him, and this dude down here, Praxis or some shit like that. Praxis. Let's see if we can find when they question him.
4-year-old man and a 16-year-old girl is okay. Why would you say you support that, bro? You are an elderly man.
Yeah, that's why.
Praxis.
Oh, Praxis. Hello. How you doing?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking for that.
Yeah, so
The only reason why I said that is because
go ahead, bro. I didn't know if you heard my question. Go ahead.
the only reason why I said that is because it was known to me that there was a child involved in that situation. So the child needs his parents, most importantly, together. That was my viewpoint.
But you didn't think this, I mean, like, because you don't think the scenario itself was kind of like leading with a 24-year-old man and a 16-year-old girl? Because I would think that we would just say, nah, at least before we, because again, in the video, when he asked it, it's like you got clarification that you said, oh yeah, so you did say it kind of based on family or whatever, but I don't understand why we ain't shooting that shit down. Like, why would we put a situation like out there with like a baby and shit with a 16-year-old?
Is a 16-year-old a baby?
I'm gonna stop it right there. Is a 16-year-old a baby? To everybody who's on this panel right now.
Yes. I'm just gonna keep it simple.
Context, yes.
Yeah, because she definitely is a baby to me. She could be my grandchild if I had, if I had a baby a little younger, and then my children had their babies. She could be a grandchild of mine. But definitely more importantly than even that, the fact that I know when I was 16, me being my age now, realizing that I was dumb as shit when I was 16. And when I mean dumb as shit, I mean like I realized I didn't even know how to wipe my ass the right way when I was 16, and there was something I had never used even a tampon before. You know what I mean? There were some things I didn't know about health that we know now. There's a lot of things I realized I didn't know. And so why is it why can't older men reach back and realize that even when they were 16, there was some shit they didn't know? And if they can realize that, then they should know that 16-year-olds just don't know much of nothing. Somebody came up, but somebody got knocked down. Brownie, are you still up here? Maybe that was her who got knocked. No, Brownie's still here. Who? Oh, that was what his name? Who left? Hey, Brownie, you're on mute.
Hey, Bomb. Hey, everybody on the panel. I know PhD, but up here. Who else up here? Shadow? No.
What's
Cool.
up, Brownie?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Be good.
I'm doing well.
Yeah, Shadow got knocked down, I think.
I just popped up here. So I seen you live, Bomb.
Thank you for showing up. How you been doing good?
I've been doing great. I've been enjoying my new job.
Oh, good.
I saw your message where you said you was doing good. Then it gave you some gifts. You always getting gifts.
Yeah, they gave me some Chanel. They gave me 2 bottles of Chanel perfume.
Nice.
And I was like, y'all love me.
Yeah. Okay. So Taz asked him, damn, I forgot the question. Here we go. We're gonna
Hell yeah. But that ain't what I just said right there. But yes, a 16-year-old is a baby.
I gotta go out and come back in because I can't hear you.
Kind of low, Taz. You might want to get a little closer. I can hear you, but you sound a little low. Just maybe even for the audience.
I hear him. This is about to
Yeah,
go
I can
loud.
hear him. I'm just saying he just sounds a little low. So I just wanted to.
Oh, I did want to respond to Kulu. Kulu said something that was very important that I forgot to mention. You still here, Kulu? Kulu, Kulu is here. Yeah, he on mute though. So Kulu, okay. Yeah, Kulu, you had mentioned that when we was having that discussion about the new beach and how so many people talked about that. And you know what we never spoke on about the new beach? We never really mentioned no children. We're not the we would just talk. We was first it started off with the Texas rodeo and some kind of way, I don't even know exactly how, but somebody came up there and said something. And they mentioned a beach, and then a new beach got mentioned, and then they started to all over these channels start making it seem like Sharon and us was talking about children on new beaches when we wasn't even talking about no goddamn children on no new beach. And that dude Willie, who I just saw get on this panel, he was the one who kept mentioning children and new beaches. You remember that, PhD?
Roxy, do you remember names?
Yes.
Wait, what you say, Kulu?
Ain't no way.
You heard what he said?
I can't understand him. What did you say? Or maybe talking to somebody else.
Yeah, so I said that proxy guy, right? The guy that just came up, right? He dropped down.
Oh no, yeah, he's up there, but no, Wall Street was the one going everywhere. Remember, he came over here to mention us talking about children and new beaches. We never mentioned no goddamn children and no new beaches. He the one who kept bringing up children on new beaches. We were like, we're not talking about children on new beaches. We were just talking about the new beach, how you dress appropriately when you certain places. I don't even know how the new beach came up, but we definitely was not talking about no children and no new beach. But Willie started going all around YouTube, having that conversation, talking about Sharon was talking about children and new beaches. I don't know. Some of these people is dirty in the back, and they stab you in the back. It's a few of them, and it's unfortunate. But Willie happened to be one of them. That other dude, unlikely. Oh, that nigga right there's a stabber in the back of. So many. There's quite a few of them. Because
I
they'll
don't
be
understand as a man. I'm sorry. I understand, like as a man, if you don't like a dude, then you know what I'm saying. Like, why would you come and pretend to like him?
Exactly.
That's just weird.
They used to be over there by Sharon all in his face, and as soon as somebody was talking about Sharon, they would be on their panel talking about Sharon. I used to be like, damn, like, nigga, you're not even a slippery snake. You like popping up everywhere. We all can see it. And then he'll come right back about Sharon the next day and just be all in his face. Say it again.
I said he be talking about origami and shit like that. Like, remember, Mom, I told you I didn't fuck with him after I seen him on another person's panel that was talking mess about Sharon. Like, yeah, man, I don't fuck with him or anybody that be on these panels, like that be in like dude spaces that be talking shit. Like to me, like yeah, man, I just can't fuck with him like that.
Yeah, man. I know, like PhD was saying, I didn't know men behave this way. Now, I know women behave this way. You know what I mean? Shit, even I could be a little slippy and want to be messy and shit and do, but I'm a whole goddamn woman, knowing that I'm being messy. I didn't know men would be so openly messy like that. You know, but apparently, shit.
They love the mess too.
Yeah, girl, but I figured a man gonna do it a little different. But I guess if they I don't. Apparently not. They, man, and because what get me is that I know that most men wouldn't put up with that. Like my dad didn't even really deal with a lot of people already, and so his circle was small. You know, possibly for the very reason that now we know that men, men not
Right.
loyal. We know a man will be in your face and then sleep with your wife. Okay, the men are gonna blame the wife, which it is her fault too. But these men will cheat with your wife and then call you and tell you that your wife is cheating on you. Damn. Anyway, let me get back to this video real quick. See if he come back
So
up.
let him know that. Yeah, and thank you, one and only DB. I meant to say sympathy. I did use the wrong word, empathy. But I did want to say again, like I don't know that guy Beans, but I know that story that was told. It was told like 3-4 years ago on a panel, so a lot of people know. So I ain't seen him being shunned,
I
and I'm
think I
not.
gotta clean my YouTube.
But that story has been out there in the ether for a while. It's been I've heard it told 3-4 times on different panels. So of course niggas gonna say they didn't. I'm not talking about anybody here. People that I wish I could know who was on the panels with them, but people that story was told. Honestly,
So here's the thing though, OG, right? Like
mm-hmm.
a lot of people are actually new to YouTube. I know it's
Yeah,
hard to believe, right? But my
I agree.
StreamYard ain't a year old.
Mm-hmm.
So you got people moving around and someone might be on a panel with someone that they don't know all this history with. So
Right.
that kind of goes to what Taz was saying about, you know, if you support someone who supports someone who supports someone, yeah, I'm shooting at you, but in reality, that might not be the best approach because that person
Right.
might not even know. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I'm
And if
just
they're
saying
new.
a lot of people knew and they still rock with them. And I'm not.
A lot of people knew what.
Right.
I think they're talking about with the 20. Are they talking about beans? Because maybe that's who they're talking about. But
Yes,
who?
that's who they talking about. That's what they talking about.
Oh, okay. So Beans is the one who was 24 and she was 16.
Uh-huh.
Okay, okay, okay. I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, so yeah, I did not know that. So I guess that's why somebody's saying that everybody knew and they didn't shun him. I didn't know that. Um, and then I kind of, to be honest, these men say a lot of things. A lot of these men say a lot of things that I do not be believing. Cause like it just I be thinking who will mess with him. But then a 16-year
Me too. Me too.
that's the way I be thinking. I'd be like, yeah, right. He want to act like he was all that when but then if he was 24 and had to reach back to a 16-year-old, that tells you a lot too. But to the men, they think that's good, right? Oh, I was able to tag me a possible virgin, a child. Um, but now that I know that it was Beans, the thing about Beans is he don't seem to. I don't find him to be the liar. In fact, I don't be knowing because remember he the first one who was firstly admitted that he was on Section 8. When somebody came and told me, Bob, did you hear that nigga mention he was on Section 8? I said, what? Who? And we ran right to his channel and grabbed it. Because I've been telling men for a long time that men get Section 8 and welfare and food stamps and all that, just like a woman.
Mm-mm.
Until Beans came around, them men would not acknowledge that. Even though I know some of them was on Section 8, them goddamn self. Oh, thank you. Timber. That was salty. Did you put salt on the beans? Okay. Thank you, man. Call me when you're coming up so I can come before you come up. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, girl, Beans. So when he told people that he was on Section 8 thing, that's when the men stopped talking about Section 8 and welfare as much.
Girl. Remember remember when he was over there by Sharon, and he said something to you, something disrespectful, and then you put up that picture. He got so mad.
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm just being silly, but that's hilarious to me.
No, you're right. I still have that picture prepared. Look, I got all the pictures prepared for when they shoot shots. The thing is, they like to shoot shots at me. Because remember, I be up there being nice and everything. But what he did that day, he wasn't even, Sharon was asking everybody questions. And he would take over with Sharon let him, right? When I guess when the visitors come, he give them a little more leeway, which is okay. I'm okay with that. But then when he started asking people questions and he wouldn't even give me an opportunity to answer the question, and then I realized, okay, he's just being disrespectful on purpose. And that's when I put that picture up. I didn't even say a word, huh?
He was so mad. Oh my gosh.
You had all them toys around his.
That shit was hilarious.
Them dildos, huh? Yeah, but what? Yep. Oh man. I know how to come. I done studied some of these men. They don't know that I'm studying them while I'm having a conversation with them. So I know how to piss them all off when it's time. So when I'm ready, trust and believe, I got something already created for all of them. I ain't gonna have to say a word. And I catch them live. I ain't even got to make no picture with AI. I ain't gonna go grab that. I'm gonna grab their little picture. Like I got which come digging in his nose, eating it. I ain't seen him in a long time. Remember that angel dude, the Native American dude who used to come up there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He was eating his boogers. I just saw that clip the other day. When it was going through my clip. Yeah, I got them all. Okay. Here we go.
I don't have any say one way or the other.
Now that's crazy.
Because I'm fine with it. I don't care. But I know that that's not brand new news to the YouTube space. That news is YouTube 3 years old at least. Yeah. Now everybody didn't hear it, but plenty of people have.
I would like to hear Taz go ahead and talk to practice.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Damn, this damn StreamYard must not be letting people hear some shit because everybody keep dropping off and coming back home.
Yeah, I had to. Well, he gotta close it out and then just re-enter from the link again because I just had the same problem.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so because I don't understand why. First off, again, why these things are just acceptable. Again, because as an elderly man, and I don't say that in a negative or disrespectful way. Hell, I'm almost there myself. I'm saying that as an elder, though. I would expect that shit to get shot down, as opposed to just 24 and 16, yeah, no problem, that's cool. And that struck me wrong. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? But also, you did make another comment. I forgot about this one. You did say that age of consent should be based on a girl's physical. Now, what the hell does that mean?
Oh, now that's crazy.
Well, I said physical ability. That means mental as well.
Man, I can't hear him.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
That means that if you have the mental ability to sustain a family, I think you should.
The hell? How would?
What are you talking about?
Would they test whether
What does that
young
even
girl?
mean? Adults don't even have the mental stability to maintain. But
right.
Like, what are we doing?
At 16, they struggling with being a big sister or a big brother. Right. Like, why would you think your grown butt getting with them and making them have a baby is something that they would be prepared for?
And this is where he should have been
dropped off the panel. People should have done research on who this dude is, find what he looks like, and spread that shit around. You know what I mean? Publicly, he should have been doxxed. I would have
Well,
doxxed him.
now Taz ain't gonna drop him off the panel because Taz gonna let him talk and let him expose himself. I said you can't.
Yeah, but my thought is that we shouldn't be have like once we find out that a person thinks like that, like this shit should even be like platform. I'm not mad at Taz because it's his channel; he can do what he want. But on my channel, I would have found out who he was, and we would have plastered his photo everywhere. You know, like letting people know that he's like he a pedophile. If he sue, he sue. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But is we gotta shun this shit, man. We gotta expose this shit, dox this shit, and make these people scared to even come out the closet or on these panels.
Kind of agree with you. Like I would have them up, and then we would have all the questions, which people will do their job on here. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody gonna ask this motherfucker some questions. He gonna dig the hole deeper for himself, and then Kulu, after he done dug that hole, that's when we go doxing and bury his ass.
Yeah, that makes
So I
sense.
see,
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
that makes sense. Let him
because he gonna
expose
be up
himself.
there. He gonna be saying the most atrocious shit. Like I didn't know that he. So when he said based on her physical, he even saying she could be less than 16 because if she just look a little grown in her mental, that she could have like. So we know that don't make no sense. But see, he knows he meant physical. He literally meant physical. That's the word he used. He talked about her body. And these men will look at a young girl and claim that she built older. Um, what does that even mean? Like, all our bodies are different, and it's gonna be based on your DNA, based how your parents look. I remember having friends who was real on the thin side, and she looked like a young lady. She still looked like a woman. You know what I mean? But not I I don't understand because the men who like thicker girls gonna be like, "Ooh, she look thicker," and then the ones who don't gonna be looking at the thin ones and saying, "Ooh, she look like she grown." What makes us look grown though?
Them wanting to mess with you.
That's it. There you go. That's what it is. Because even when I could look at a little girl, I can look at her and when they'll be like, "Ooh, look at her," just because she got a butt or some breasts doesn't mean she look grown.
Not at all.
It just means that she just developed like her DNA has her developing. But these men, and that's what make it so bad because they looking at the little girls' sexual parts.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about nothing else. And so that's why those of us who trying to say, "Hey, leave them children alone," we're trying to protect them because we know he may get it and then he may end up tossing it to the side. Lord. Which we know that's mostly what they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Oh,
was one.
can we take a? I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you just for a second? I see
Yeah.
that there are 65 people in here watching and listening. Please make sure to like the stream.
Oh, like the stream, y'all like the stream. I'll
Yes.
never know who's looking. Thank you. We're gonna
You're
press
welcome.
play. But so um yeah, so I guess I when I be wanting to ask the men like what makes her look like she's grown. And then if all it takes is her to be shaped like what he would call a woman, then why is he attracted to her? So he's attracted to her body. So if he's attracted to her body, that means he wants her for what? Her body. He's not trying to turn her into a wife or none of that.
And even if he is, he's still weird
Yeah,
because
he's
he's still
still
a kid.
right.
Right.
But most of these black men ain't trying to make nobody no wife. They, in fact, they keep saying it. What's the benefit of being married? So I
But
don't
see,
know.
they'll do that with somebody that they can manipulate and control. They say that because they can't manipulate and control no grown woman. But
Yeah,
if
but
the marriage puts them in a power position, like they'll concede to marrying a young, naive person. I saw this one lady. She said she got married, and she married her husband when she was young, and he was like 14 years older than her. And when she was doing the paperwork for the house, he was talking her into not putting her name on the deed. He was talking her like she was just falling for all of this game, and he was sending her off. And then fast forward, he wanted to divorce her. She can't stay at the house that she done lived in their whole marital because he done talked her out of signing the paperwork for all of that stuff, so she don't even own it. Look, man, look.
That's crazy. But I just don't even understand how they convince these women to like relinquish their right to anything. That's I don't to me, like even if I think we in love and it's never gonna end, the fact that you coming and asking me to do that is gonna make me think, oh well, he's thinking the shit might end, you know.
Well, he put it in there. He put it like, oh well, it won't, so you don't have no debt on your name, like bullshit that like manipulated bullshit that you could tell a young person that might be like, okay, he my husband, he got my best interest, he probably right.
He looking out for me,
On
keeping me
Dr.
debt
Phil,
free.
on Dr. Phil, I saw a wife do a post nut.
Yes.
So her dumb ass, he came to her after they was married and said, "Hey, if you want to stay married and you want this to work, I need you to sign this post nut." And she signed it.
Yeah. That you talking about the girl from Real Housewives of Potomac who was married to the old white man?
Oh, I don't know who they were, but they were
Oh, okay,
white.
because that actually like played out on reality television. It was a mixed race girl. She married this old white man. Now, when she used to work at a bar that he owned, and when she started working there, he was married, and so she ended up taking him from his wife. He had grown children. Some of his kids was older than her, and so they ended up getting married or whatever. And he was always like touching other men inappropriately, just like doing stuff, that would be embarrassing for a wife. But so they had some issues going on, but then they decided to work through it. But then he brought her like, because it was something about a settlement, but then he convinced her to sign a post-nup, like saying she wouldn't get anything. And she was like, oh yeah, because if something, it was like a 5-year clause or something like that. But now they divorced and she didn't get nothing but child support for the two kids. And it's just like, how are y'all that dumb? Like, I don't care how much I like somebody or love somebody. Like, money always make me like snap out of it and see what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? You can't cross me about no money.
After he like the 5-year clause, she probably thought, oh, that's nothing. But in his mind, he knew that means he can be with her even up to 4 years. As long as they don't reach that stage, he can just get out of it and keep all his shit.
Right.
And then she probably will take him back after they get divorced. And then she stupid stuff like that. Yeah, nah. And that's the problem with prenuptials and stuff like that. If I did a prenup, I'll be like, okay, what's yours now is yours. What's mine now is mine. But everything that's created while we're married belongs to both of us. That's the closest I could get to signing anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That means, so if he got this job, like if he owned this home before we got there, okay, it's your home. But if we go and buy another home tomorrow, that's for both of us. If you own a business, all the money you have from that business before we get married is yours. But as soon as we get married, you make a penny afterwards, then it belongs to both of us. Everything after. That's the only closest thing I could have did younger, but yeah. Other than that, no.
Yeah,
I'm smart
those
enough.
trad wives be saying that like the ones who end up divorced, like the men convince them to not put their name on anything. The business, even though the woman like helps with the business and works for the business will just be in the man's name. So when he decide he through with her, he just tossed her to the side and she got to scrape up her and her kids and go try to, create a life, which is, but why are you allowing these men? I don't understand wanting a man that bad that you are not acting your own best self-interest.
Yeah, I don't understand neither. Because the men are acting in their own interest.
Right. All the time. All the time.
Yeah. But if a woman mentioned a prenup or not wanting to sign it, then they start calling us gold diggers. Oh, you must be a gold digger. No, I'm taking my best interest at heart. And if you love me, you would want me to do that too.
Right.
Okay, here we go, y'all.
I think that's why they're lowering the age in, I forget what state it was, to 14.
These niggas even know when they lowering ages. These are pedos, for real.
Ain't nobody lowered no age. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, do anybody up here know which state they lowering the age of consent? And we taking notice of that? Are we, you know what I mean? I remember a few years back when the men said they're gonna move to certain states where the age was lower. And that's a pedo. You know damn well if you gonna move to a state just so you can be with younger girls. You don't even have one in mind. Not like you fell in love with one, you a young man, you fell in love with one. Nah, you moving to the state just so you could get access to the young girls. That is a pedo. Anybody disagree with that?
Absolutely. No.
No.
Damn. Okay, here we go.
Because I look at it like this. Like you said, I'm an elderly man, right? And when I
14
was
is not cool.
and when I
I'ma
was
drop.
when I was
Bye, y'all.
That is
16,
not happening. Hey, that ain't happening, bro. I don't know where you heard that at. That's some dumb shit. Ain't no state law, nothing to 14. What? That's not happening.
yeah, they did it. They took a vote on it. The Democrats voted for that.
Took a
That's
vote on
capital.
what?
Like where in
He's
what
such a weirdo.
For real.
Then
And
he said the
he don't even
Democrats.
know what the fuck he's talking about. Because I looked it up to see what the fuck he's talking about. And no, it's in DC. They lowered the age at which minors can be tried as an adult. The fuck?
How stupid can you be?
But
They
wasn't there
lowered
something?
that to 14.
Wasn't there something in Oklahoma recently to where they raised the age to 18, and mostly Democrats
so.
voted for it, and most Republicans voted no?
Mm-hmm.
That was in
He
Oklahoma.
tried, yeah, he's trying to reverse it and shit like that. He trying to make it, he's trying to say that was Democrats and it was for so they could mess with the young girls instead of be tried, huh? Damn. God damn. Oh Lord. Such pedos. He could sue me if he want. And this video right here would be my evidence to calling that. Okay. A pedophile, I gave the definition already. It doesn't mean that you touch children. It means that you are sexually attracted to children. Okay. And I'm like, he sound like he might be a pedo. And that's that I'm standing on it. Here we go.
I can't remember the state. I think what state is it that Jasmine Crockett is a
Man,
He's
forget
talking
a
about
state.
Missouri. That's a
What is
rumor.
your premise
Missouri.
about?
It's a rumor.
okay.
It's a rumor. It's a rumor.
Please, bro. Like, look, I heard some shit you said on that platform. Yes, don't just be saying shit, bro. 'Cause I hear you. I don't like that type of shit, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys can. I just posited I just broached it so you guys can look it up. A lot of the states now, I think 90% of the United States, statutory age is 16. And you can be married as early as 15, but you got to have your parents' consent.
What's your point? Because all that's gross.
They're trying to figure out why. Because again, when you say it about a physical, what is this physical determination?
That was
Like what is being determined with?
You know what I noticed also? So even when he bring up, hey, you could be 14, 15 to get married, right? A little girl could be 14, 15 with parent consent. Why do that? They assume that it must mean that a 30-year-old could marry her. Why? Because you never know, right? She may have gotten pregnant by another 14-year-old boy. And the parents might be making them get married for the sake of their religion and things like that. Why is it that grown men have to jump in and have a space within these children's space? I don't understand it. So all they need to know is that she's able to possibly get married and have some children at that young age, and they want to move to that state. And we're like, Lord, what you were saying?
Oh no, I was just ad-libbing. I said, Lord. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I was on mute.
You see what I'm saying? So they're not even considering the young boys. And see, that's what I was telling young men when I was against the black manosphere. I was telling the young men, older men are tricking them and they're out to get them. Because the black manosphere used to tell younger men not to be dealing with women. They told them to go and get their education, not even education. They would say, go get you a job. So when you get older, you'll be able to have your pick. And then the older man would be like, yeah, I'm going to be with the younger girl. And I was like, hey, y'all don't hear what the men are saying? They trying to get you, they trying to get in your dating pool. They want to kick you out your dating pool so they could jump in. And that's what they were doing. And these older men, now the ones who were the younger men are the older men. And now they want to jump in that dating pool with these young girls and these young women. And they won't even let a 20-year-old get with a 20-year-old. They want you, they want to be 40 getting with 20-year-olds and want what they want to say, well, I want some children. Well, nigga, listen, you shouldn't be using your 40-year-old, 50-year-old sperm on nobody, trying to get nobody pregnant. Your sperm is like worms, okay? It needs oxygen. It's probably on life support as we speak, okay? Somebody, ladies, do not get pregnant by these old ass men. Don't do it. Go to a bank. What they call a sperm bank. Go get that nigga need to go to the sperm bank. He needs to go and see if he can donate, if he can adopt some sperm, okay? Because don't use these old men's sperm. Do not. Okay. My grandmother used to say, I used to hear her talk to my aunties and things. And she used to say, do not let that white man, do not use that white man put his worms in you. That's what my grandmother used to say to my, I was little. I didn't know what she meant at the time, but I used to hear her say that shit. And PhD, I know you heard of this. You heard where when they see a baby and they can tell that that's an old man's baby.
Yes, because they come out looking old.
Yes, that's what my grandma was saying. She was saying them they're gonna be able to tell that them is old men's baby. Them babies come out looking old. And they go through their life looking old too. They be looking old.
That's a real thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what they always told us.
Mhm.
I'm about to be looking at my little brother.
Like how you look.
He's old. And
How old his dad is?
my dad is 52.
When he had your brother?
He was 48.
Oh, 48.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah.
really the old enough that they talking about. Like
They
old
be like
men who will give you worms.
they be like 60, 70.
Yeah, something like that.
Look, just
Oh
keep your
Lord.
eyes open, okay? Keep your eye open. Keep one eye on it and see. Okay.
He do be looking a little old. He do be giving a little old man vibes.
Yeah, girl.
He can't help it.
I had a cousin right now. He wasn't my blood cousin, but my uncle married his mother. That's who my aunt was talking to. My grandmother was talking to her. And my grandmother looked at my cousin, like her baby at the time, and she said, "Is that an old man's baby? His daddy's an old man, huh?" She said, "Yep." And my grandmother said, "I could tell." I saw my cousin. When my dad passed away, he was at the church. Okay. And I swear, when I found out who it was, because I hadn't seen him in many years, when I said, God, my grandma was right. He looked like in the face, he looked like a 60-year-old in the face. But he's only maybe about 40 something now. He look old in the face. Okay.
That's
And
that
y'all
old
know
man baby.
that's an old man baby. And lucky his ass, lucky if he ain't slow. Now I don't know if he's slow either, because I'm quite I'm quite older than him. So um, when he was growing up, I was in the military and things. He like my sister's age, but he might be slow too. Okay. Them slow babies, listen, what I'm gonna say is this, and y'all could go look it up. Um, these men who end up with some babies that have issues, you'll find that their daddies was older. Their daddy was older. Okay. And I'm not saying that's 100%, but I'm saying some these old men are producing real bad children out here. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna say. And yes, and I'm gonna push it too. So they ask like to be talking about, oh, you women too old to have babies after 25. She hit the wall at 30. And that's what they be saying. And why should we give them any benefit of doubt? Fuck them in their motherfucking dirty ass seed producing fucked up children. That's what I got to say about that, okay? Not giving them no credit for nothing. Their seed is watered down. And they know it too. They used to jerk it off and it would hit the wall way across the room. Now that shit barely seeping and hitting them on their toe. Okay? When they was young, they used to aim for the wall. See how far they can shoot it out. It's barely dripping out. Fuck them. Okay, here we go.
With that, because I had a daughter. I don't know how you looking at a child and saying from that you can determine an age of consent.
Hey, peace, Taz. Peace.
Well,
hold on, chill.
I'm not a doctor.
Not a doctor.
And I'm not a psychologist. But that's the only reason why I said the mental ability, because you have.
But what do you think?
What you would consider age appropriate for
what
family that's not doing well, right?
Yeah, but why do y'all keep referencing
and these are
the
30,
laws?
40-year-olds.
What's y'all's
They
opinion?
shouldn't have a family, right? They shouldn't have any kids, right? So that's what I mean by the ability to.
Now, what is this picture of? What is this? Is that a gun? And
Yeah.
is that a shiesty mask or something? What are we looking at here? Is that even a black man?
No. He look Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, because I'm like, this don't look like no black man. I don't know what the hell he sound like. And if he a Mexican, then Lord knows they have sex with donkeys and dogs and anything. Now,
Oh my God.
now, girl, they do. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Just like that lady who came up when she said she was Latin American or some shit like that. And she tried to tell us that something to do with our, the way we look on TV. It was her excuse. She was like, the way y'all hold yourself and, and the narrative that y'all put out. And she was talking about the Bad Girls Club, which was mostly white people, by the way. And then she mentioned Love and Hip Hop. She mentioned Love and Hip Hop, which they got several of them, right? They got one for the Love and Hip Hop Atlanta and in New York. I think those are black people too. But then they got them other ones with the white people. She ain't say shit about them. But anyway, long story short is I was happy to tell her what they society, they group of people do. And she seemed to not know what her own people do. Why she know what our people do? PhD? What?
Right. That's why I was telling her, like, you spending so much time worried about us and watching what we doing, but baby, let me direct you to your own culture. Because why am I having to tell you stuff that you at least pretending like you don't know about your own culture.
She know that shit.
She knew it.
Yeah. When I mentioned how the men are messing with their own daughters and stuff, that was a story that we just did like last month, where the daughter went to go visit her dad. The mom, and then the dad raped her for hours.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Raped her for hours.
That's so disgusting. That's disturbing.
And she was an adult. She was a young adult.
Yeah, she was
He ain't give a
18.
damn. He ain't care. He figured shit all these years. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, here we go.
The biological ability to.
Okay, but when you say the biological ability to, and I, as another father, another grown man, hear you, I hear 13, 14, 15. I hear the age when they have the biological ability to. What, like, what? How am I hearing that wrong?
Well, you're talking about menstruation, things of that nature. When a girl becomes a woman at that point.
Do a girl become a woman when she starts menstruating?
No. What
You
an
notice,
idiot.
how you say that shit, huh?
And some of these people just sick.
I can't believe some of these people is fathers and
Right.
husbands, and that's scary. Like, y'all ever meet a woman and y'all be like, I hope she don't have a daughter?
Yes.
I get a lot of those vibes. I hope some of these men don't even need no type of kids. They don't need sons or daughters. Because they gonna get that toxic ass shit to their fucking sons. And have their sons thinking all fucked up.
Oh, over there by Trey, they was having a whole discussion about when menstruation start. And then it was like, what his name was up there? Mr. Fantastic. And he wanted to say, well, because I'm like, hey, mine start at 9. Oh, they don't like to hear that shit. They'll be like, well, most gonna start there. And I'm like, but they don't know when most start. Because it's not like soon as you start, you go to the doctor. So it's gonna be based on what they think, right? So yes, but most don't start that early. He's right about that. But they still 11 is still young. And 11 is about that time when most start. But he was saying, well, most is between 11 and 14. But if she starts at 14, that's late. That's late to be starting your menstruation.
Yeah, I started mine at 12.
Yeah.
It was the first week of middle school.
See, so it's gonna be rare that you find the ones who started like 14, and even then, like the parents had already took her and said, hey, something's going on. But they do have some that start that late because it could be that they don't have to wait. It could be something going on. They might be very athletic. It could be all kinds of things, right?
I
But
think
for the
my
most,
mom wasn't, she was like 17.
yeah, that's late.
That is late because that's why I remembered it, because I was always like, that late?
Yeah.
But yeah.
I got an aunt, and she started at like 15, and she can't have kids. I remember, the reason why I even know it was that late for her, and it was a discussion because when she got, when she was, because she's only a couple years older than me. She's one of my aunts, and she she wanted to have babies, and she couldn't have babies, so it had something to do with her starting late. Or I'm not sure if it had to do with that, but that was a sign. Her starting late was a sign to her not having babies. So, but these men, they don't. Even when they want to have the discussion, they was up there. Well, most start between the ages 11 and 15, and I'm still thinking, but dude, you 11-year-olds and 15-year-olds are still children. They was up there for the longest having that discussion, like to debate whether, is she 9, 11, 10, if she 9, 10, 11, 12, versus they just saying, okay, no, it's not, she's not 9, the average is 11 to 15. I'm like, Those are children. Those are little girls. Even when I was pregnant, my husband he didn't want to go buy no tampons, pads, or nothing for me. He wanted to stay away from that shit. We got grown ass men clocking little girls' missies on the internet.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That is so
It's so
insane.
sick. It's so disturbing. And it's like all of the excuses that they make up, like, oh, it was her body, oh, she was this. Like, no, like a 14-year-old gonna look like a fucking 14-year-old. Like, let's be serious. Like, it ain't no amount of makeup and no amount of outfit that a 14-year-old could put on that will make her not look like a fucking 14-year-old.
Right.
Curvy or not, like I remember going when I was in school, I was skinny. And my friends, they were curvier than me and they were heavier than me. They didn't look fucking grown.
Right.
They like fucking kids. She's still like a fucking 14-year-old.
To me, the chubby ones look even younger than the other ones, right? Because you could tell they still got the baby fat in their face. And even if they do have heavy chests and things, they got a little thickness to them. These men call them thick, right? But it's just a baby fat. It's a baby, no matter what. And they don't care. They don't give a damn. They nasty and disgusting. And
And
our
that is why
babies
I
are
will
not safe.
never. That is why I do not advocate for people posting their kids online because there's too many weird creep ass niggas and women and that look at kids and that prey on kids that'll be around and protect y'all kids out.
I agree with you. Oh, here we go. Let's see what this dude got to say.
I'm not talking about that. I got stepdaughters. I have a stepdaughter that she had a baby when me and her mother split up. She had a baby at 13 and she was fine, right? Very smart girl, very smart girl.
I had a baby at 13 and she was fine.
How was she fine?
I heard this nigga say she had a baby at 13 and she was fine. Oh, he heard of his stepdaughter or whatever had a baby at 13 and she was fine. What you think he mean by she was fine?
That she was able to successfully give birth.
Yeah.
And that's all he means. She was able to carry a baby and successfully give birth. She was physically fine.
Right. And he don't know though that whether she really physically fine, she's still living possibly, but he don't know if it deters her from having other babies or he probably don't know and don't even care. All he knows is that she had a baby and she's still here. They don't be knowing the challenges some of these when girls have babies too young, it's just as bad as an older woman having a baby when she's older. Because there's all kinds of things that can happen. Especially
The
when he says she
hormones can throw their hormone off. Like their hormones get thrown off from being pregnant so young because they, when their bones and stuff aren't really developed to carry a baby.
Right.
The optimal age for a woman to get pregnant is 25. So anytime these niggas say 14, 16, 15, 17, 18, no, nigga, the optimal age is 25.
But they want to go as young as they can and say, hey, her menses started, then she's ready to have babies. And that's not true. We need a few
Women's
years.
fertility peaks at 25. And I know that because when I was pregnant, they got a little, like they had a little data chart sheet. And I was 25. And I was like, oh, like this is like peak fertility right for me right now at 25. That's when a woman is optimal on giving birth. Like, so 14 and when she's able to start her period, none of that is true at all.
Here we go, yeah.
On a roll, all that. 9 years old? I don't think so. But I understand what you're saying,
9 years old, and he said, "I don't think so." He didn't say, "Nah, hell no, not 9." He said, "I don't think so." But that shit disgusting.
I get
But
it.
I don't understand what you're saying though, because again, your statement doesn't have any context to it, right? So now I'm asking you to apply the context, and you still really haven't.
Well, I think I have. It's just that you don't understand. Maybe I'm not explaining it's most importantly, it's probably my fault. Not explaining myself well. If you have the mental capacity to take care of a family, I think you should. If you have the physical capacity to take care of family, I think you should. Because in all of humanity, we have married at 12, 13 years of age. That's men and that's male and female.
Y'all know anybody got married at 12?
No.
No.
What all we haven't even been getting married all of humanity. So how all of humanity 12-year-olds are getting married?
They just be
Right.
talking.
Girl, they be saying any damn thing. I ain't never heard nobody get married at no 12 years old.
If I did, I'll be calling the police.
Well, they used to back in the day. Remember, Bomb, I told you when we did Ancestry, we found out that my grandmother got married at 13 to a 30. Yeah. I think it was like 32-year-old man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they stay married the whole time?
Nah. She had 3 children from him. I don't know when exactly they divorced, but they split up, and she like went somewhere else, and then she met the man that I grew up calling my granddaddy, and had 9 children with him. So, child.
Yeah, that's what I found too. Like, so I guess I would have to go and do some research to find out, because my grandmother was married a couple of times in her life, and so she's married to a man who was my auntie's dad, who I never met, and I think he was older than her. How much older, I don't know. But they didn't last long. Like, from my understanding, he went to war, and I heard this from my cousin because it's his grandpa. He went to war, and he used to beat my grandmother. That's what his mom told. He used to beat my grandmother, so my grandmother left him. I think she almost killed him, and then he left and went to Chicago. Look, Ronnie, he moved out there by you, girl. He moved out there by you.
Lord have mercy.
I know. Look, my family tried to kill him because he was beating on my grandmother. So I don't know how old she was when she married him. But what I do know is that there was a lot of divorces going on with these when they did marry these older men. These older men was abusive.
Mm-hmm. You got to remember, this is a time where child labor laws didn't exist.
Right.
You're right about that.
Yeah, them women had some hard lives.
Mm-hmm. They was putting these little girls to work. It always remind me of the movie Their Eyes Were Watching God with Halle Berry. Mm-hmm. How they had her laying in the bed with that old man.
Yeah.
I never saw that. What is called? What is called?
Their Eyes Were Watching God.
It was good. TK. She should have left TK.
I still be like, I can't be with no dude in his city home like that. He's sitting back like, TK, please. Bomb, she left out. She left out in modern day terms. She left out in a Benz with the roof down, designer down, and she came back limping.
Right.
With one shoe.
Right. Throw up
jeans. $2 to her name.
Damn.
All because of TK.
What TK did her?
He ran it. That was that little young boy. He put that thing on him.
He put
Oh
that thing
damn.
on her, had her in the field. She was out in the field picking plants, and then he ended up getting rabies in a hurricane and dying. And he ended up dying. And she came when she got back home. She was all limping and all fucked up.
Damn. Okay. Went to check it out. And I guess listen, them old men. That's I guess that's the negative to the old man. You get with the old man, and you might be a little comfortable. You might have some money, but you get you a taste of young man, your ass he in trouble. The old man in trouble because you're gonna leave him, and you might
Or
be in
try
trouble.
to off him and take his money.
Yeah.
But TK want the first dude in that movie. Cause she got with the old man, and then she left the old man, and then she found a younger man, but he was he was rich and shit, and she was with him, but he was all controlling, and then and then she left him, and then she got with TK. So he was what she needed, low key.
Mm-hmm. But
After
TK
being
got
with
rabies.
two old ass niggas.
He
Yeah.
got by a dog or something, a raccoon.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a hurricane, and he got bit by a dog during a hurricane.
Mm. Rabies is bad. You die. That's a horrible death.
Mm.
Oh yeah. And it's so if y'all ever get scratched by an animal, don't matter what kind it is, and you don't know if it, go get your rabies shot. Go get them shots in your stomach
Immediately.
immediately. Because rabies, at first you won't know you got it. And then you start drowning. And nothing they
Drowning.
could, yeah, your lungs, something happened with your lungs, and you
Oh
start
wow.
drowning.
You become hydrophobic and you won't drink water. Like if you try to drink water, you'll throw up.
You can't get the water down. Oh yeah, from my understanding, it's horrible death. Painful.
Wow.
Then you
Yeah, you
go
start
delusional,
foaming
you
from
lose
the
your
mouth like the
mind.
dogs. Yeah, it eats your brain away. Yeah.
Oh.
You lose
Girl,
your
it's
mind, you
bad.
become aggressive.
Yeah.
That's a lot that happens.
Yeah, rabies is bad. That's a bad one. Might be like that Ebola. Y'all know we got Ebola running in our country right now. And that one that was on that boat, that's running in our country right now.
Hantavirus. Yeah.
Yeah. Ebola and hantavirus is in our country. And the hantavirus, they say you could be sick for a few days and think it's just a flu. And then they say 3 out of 10 people survive it. 4 out of 10, I think they say. No,
They said the
4.
Hansa virus turning into a STD because they found it in sperm like 70
What?
months after somebody had it.
Oh, damn.
No.
So they
I better
had it
watch
and
out.
then it turned into their sperm?
Yeah, the virus lives inside of the sperm.
Hmm.
Oh.
I know. What is it? Ringworm. It's a sexually transmitted ringworm.
Mm-hmm. STD fungi, and they can't fight that. You got to take
That's
like three. You
crazy.
got to take like 3 months worth of medication.
Mm.
Y'all better be safe out here.
Put them
Okay,
peens in
you
them
better get
vaginas
somewhere
on.
and sit down.
I know that's right. Listen, you go to Amazon and buy your toy, ladies. Like I told y'all, people was against me saying this years ago. I was like, would y'all let your daughters buy toys? And they was like, absolutely not. I was like, I get where you don't buy it for them, but you might let them know it's an option. And the women, I understand that it's how should I say it? The word, it's not normal. It's not normal to talk about, think about, but normal is boys getting with girls. That's normal, right? And girls possibly getting pregnant and shit like that. That's normal shit. But when diseases are out there, that means if that happens, then that's chances that these people get diseases. Our daughters get pregnant and diseases and shit. So I'm thinking, well, listen, sexuality and stuff is normal, right? That desire. Oh, what's going
Mm-hmm.
on? Get some toys. Get a rose or something. Buy it for Christmas. Put it in a Christmas stocking. Put a rose in a Christmas stocking. I don't even know, y'all. I don't have no daughter, so I guess I joke about it when I say it, but I don't know. Oh, it's anyway. It's a strange conversation to be having. It's crazy because the men are having the discussion. They'll, they'll go. They were talking about having sex with sex dolls when I started bringing that topic up.
Not for real.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, for
Diva, they used
real.
to be showing us the dolls in a closet.
Wait, they had them?
Yes, they. What you call 'em, interview a man who had two sex dolls. O'Shea
That's
interviewed that man.
crazy.
You ain't see them pictures I have of the man who's showing off his sex
Yes.
doll?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a black man who got like two white sex dolls, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he got three of
I
them.
remember you showing the video. Okay.
Yeah. But there were men. They was literally on here, and the black man was like, "Yeah, sex dolls gonna replace black women." Angry man. Oh shit! All of them was talking about this shit, and I'm the reason they stopped talking about it because I did a whole. I had a website called Bomb Cherry Juice, and I did an article on it, and I put a video up showing them what it looked like for a man to have sex with a sex doll, and I could
Mm.
tell you it looks just like what it sounds like, but in these men's mind, all they think about is their penises. They're not thinking about nothing else. This thing look like it's dead underneath them. It can't move because it's the doll, right? That means this thing not moving at all. And then when I told him it costs an extra $100 to get a removable dishwasher safe vagina. And they was like, I'm like, what you think? What you put in her? Why you think it's gonna come out? Otherwise, you're gonna end up with blue waffle. You're gonna end up with a blue diseased
Imagine you
penis.
go over dude house and you open up his dishwasher. He got a coochie in. He got a coochie sitting in the dishwasher. Like, okay, are you okay? But they were definitely talking about. They was talking about selling them to each other and getting new ones. Like,
Yes,
They was gonna
girl.
start a MLM selling
no,
sex
like one
dolls.
dude, he had them on and he wanted to upgrade, and he was like, "I'll sell y'all the one I got."
Oh
I'm
my
like,
god, that's disgusting.
Yes. They got videos where the men had them, and they would have to take them if they don't get the vagina, the removable dishwasher safe vagina. Then they got to take this doll out in the backyard and use a hose and get that stuff out of there.
I wonder if any of the guys would let their friends or any other guys like run a train on their sex doll.
yeah.
If they'd
Well,
be okay with that.
yeah, one guy said, well, what he said was, because I asked him, what would you do with your doll? And he said, I'm going to show it off to my friend. And I was like, wait, what? See, these men don't think, it's like they have brains that don't work because a doll is a doll. Like a little girl have dolls. And when she want to put the doll clothes on, she got to change the doll. This guy want this life-size doll, and he going to have to do her hair. He going to put on her clothes when he wanted change, all of that. He got to
But
do
you
all
know,
of
they
that.
like that part too, Bomb. That's the part that they want to do.
Yeah, I think some of them do want to do that part.
That's why they talk about women weaves and lashes and makeup because they be
They think they could do it better.
You
they
see
dress up
that?
their sex doll and they beat their sex doll face.
Not
Yeah,
beat the sex doll.
remember when they was talking about how women they want to come home to their wives and she better be already dressed sexy at the door for him, and they started saying they sex doll gonna be at the door waiting for him. And I was
In
like,
her
you must,
lingerie.
yeah, in her lingerie. It's gonna be all lingerie up. Okay, because they don't know how to pronounce lingerie. She gonna be all in lingerie. He gonna have to have done her hair, positioned her there, holds her up and everything. And he gonna act like he was surprised when he come home from work.
Oh, baby, you look so good today.
I can't wait to get home to you.
Well, you know, now they got the AI. So now they can put a little personality.
Oh wow, they can have a voice now, right?
They can have a voice and a little personality with it.
Oh
I
wow.
heard that
I
I
bet
heard
they
that
loving
didn't work
that.
out for him. Yeah, I
Oh
heard that
really?
didn't work out. Yeah, because they had two of them. They had named them and everything. And the men started complaining because AI adapts. It adapts to you. It adapts to the information that it learns. And so I can understand when one of them AIs went from, hey, honey, how you want, until eventually saying, you lazy ass nigga, go get a job.
Not the AI talking to him like that.
She didn't adapt it. She didn't adapt it to the whole situation. And she gonna leave his ass. Talk about you ain't making enough money. We gonna be out on the streets. We gonna be in somebody's dumpster.
Okay.
I'm so dead.
Okay, here we go, y'all. Let me get back to this.
Right? And the only reason why they moved it up,
Wait,
hold on.
slow
The only
down, though.
reason
Wait, but
why,
why would you start there? But why would you start there? That's what I'm talking about. That's
because they
weird
were
shit, bro.
fine. Because they were fine. You're just saying it now because it's anachronistic.
No, I'm saying it now
You
because
put
I
in your
had a
mindset.
12-year-old daughter.
Wait, what is anachronistic? What that mean? Anybody? Anachronistic. What's Siri at? Hey Siri.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah, I'm not.
Anachronistic or anachronistic is something that is chronologically out of place.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
It's a
So,
chronological error, outdated and obsolete ideas, customs, or laws.
Okay.
oh, so he's saying we Chaz believe what he believe because it's out of order because it's okay. I guess I hear you.
Because it's outdated and obsolete, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. I like learning new words. I don't know if he pronounced it right, but and
It's
I don't think I'm
anachronistic. It's a
anachronistic.
CHRONISTIC.
Okay. Here we go, y'all.
I had a
Listen,
12-year-old daughter, but she wasn't ready to do no fucking marriage or be no mom or no shit like that. What are you talking about?
how so? What does it take to have a
He said, "How so?"
For real.
Bitch, because I said so, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that would have pissed me off.
How so?
Taz be having patience with these weirdos. And I know he be wanting to expose them, but goddamn.
Yeah, that would have pissed me off.
Damn. He want to know why your daughter not ready to have kids at 12.
Right. Like, nigga, do you hear yourself?
That's how you know they. And remember, he said he was a stepdad to some young girls.
Oh, Lord.
Well,
That's why I be like, do not bring people around your children, man.
And you said that, PhD, and
Yes.
sometimes when you said it, I be thinking, okay, suppose the woman, she lonely,
I
and her
know.
kid, because, we be trying to think of all the things,
I
right?
know.
But you are right, though, right? Because I had a cousin, and my aunt got with this man, and he started messing with my cousin.
Yeah.
And now people in the family want to blame her, my cousin, right? But she was a girl, yo.
Right.
And let me tell you how she fell in love with him. It was the love of it was a desire to have a dad. He used the fact that I'm your dad now. I'm gonna protect you. Look, let's go and do this. We're gonna do daddy daughter shit. And she ate that shit up because that's something she needed. That's something she desired. But it came with his penis.
Wow.
His as far as she know, he taught her that's what daughters do with their daddies. And these men don't understand that. They don't understand that children only know what they are taught. And so if somebody comes along who she trusts and says, hey, this is what daddies and daughters do. And don't tell nobody because it's just between daddies and daughters. She could be doing that as long as she can remember without realizing until she get old enough And somebody didn't
Mhm.
tell her, no, daddies and daughters don't really do that.
Right.
She can literally be living her life thinking she's a young little girl in a happy family just to find out that her dad had been manipulating her and abusing her all her life. And these men know that. They know that. They know what manipulation is. They just want the ability to do it. That's why they want to reach them as young as they can. There you go.
Family.
What do you mean? What does it take to have a family? It's more than giving birth.
Right. That's the mental part. Right?
No, that is a physical part. Giving birth to a child is more than just a mental part. That is, you giving birth is a physical act.
Well, you just said
This dude, he said that's the mental part. He forgot all about the physical, the actual giving birth. Wait, why did he think giving birth was mental? What the hell is going on?
Right.
I'm in an alternate world, or am I confused?
But the crazy thing is that those young girls, so he's saying, like, why wouldn't she be, what would keep her from being physically able to give birth? The fact that girls that are under 15 are 5 times more likely to die during childbirth than a grown woman.
Exactly. But when we tell them that, they don't listen. And I think we all said that up here earlier. Like, you could be too young to have a baby. It will affect your body. If you survive it, you may not ever have babies again. And it definitely could, if your baby don't survive, that is a mental. Oh man, that could be so mental, right? That could destroy a whole person. Not just that person, but it could destroy a whole family, to be honest.
Right.
Losing a child.
And babies born to teen mothers are 50% more likely to die in their first year of life.
Kids and different things like that. Just not being able to thrive also. All kinds of little things can happen. But these men don't care about that because all they see is, remember when he said she was 13 and she okay? He don't know the rest. He don't know her inner workings. He don't know, he's not the real dad, so he would have just saw her and probably looked at her and said she living, so she good.
Crazy.
Man, these fucking men. I would have been cussing his, I would have been asking questions too, but I would have been saying you stupid and shit like that. They would have been getting pissed off where either he run or I can't. This is too much. Okay, let me press play. Yeah.
it's more than just the physical. So I said that's the mental part. So
I'm
the
trying to
physical
figure
part
out
is having
why
a
do you
baby.
think, but do you think a 12 or 13-year-old is a mother or in a setting where an adult, like, I'm confused at what you're saying here. I don't want to put nothing on you. What are you saying at 12 and 13 years old?
In early times, 1700s, 1600s, even as low as the 1400s, kings were getting married 13 years old, 12 years old. I think the
What?
youngest
What
was,
the fuck
wait a
does
minute,
that
hold on.
mean
I
for
think that,
us, dog? Like, are you
because we're
saying
no
you want
different.
that for today, or is this some stupid history lesson? Because like I don't understand why y'all do this. Why? What does that matter? Is that what you're saying you want today?
That's what's going on today.
No,
These
that's
niggas are so stupid.
Yeah.
In the 1700s, the life expectancy was 30 to 40 years old. So they probably were doing that shit at like 14 and 16 and 17. But that's because they was damn near gonna be dead by the time it was 30.
That's a good point.
It is.
They were about to die. If you only making it to 40.
Right.
That makes sense. Like, that will be why society will be that way. But
Me,
when people are living into they in their hundreds, like regularly 80s, 90s, 70s, like what the fuck are you trying to get with? Like that don't make sense.
and I'm glad you made that point because he's saying that we are no different than they was today. I mean, then we are no different today than they are back then, and we are very different. First of all, back then they was living with diseases and germs and shit that we don't.
They didn't have
They
medicine.
was yeah. They have medicine. We have sanitation. We are less hardy than they were. That means they were, they was out there dealing with a lot of shit that we don't deal with. So it's a big difference. So why they act like they don't know that it's a difference? He said we're no different than they were back.
Because he's
And
stupid.
they love to go back. They want to go back even if they got to go back to slavery, baby. Listen, they want to. That's
That's why
why.
weren't no different. I'm like, let me look at the life expectancy of how long people were living in the 1700s. I know it wasn't long.
Yeah, no, and nowhere near as long as we live today.
That shit said 30 to 40 years.
Yeah.
But what the fuck is your 30-year-old ass doing with a fucking kid now in 2026?
Exactly.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And because we have that long life expectancy, we want our children to have a childhood. I think they found that that's beneficial for children to have childhoods. So when they become adults, try to have your childhood because as soon as you become an adult, baby, that's when it gets serious out in this world. Because you got bills to pay. You got to survive and shit. Here we go.
I think you maybe
I
have a
just told
desire for it.
I just told you that my stepdaughter had a baby at 13 and she was fine.
What do you mean she was fine?
She was fine. Had a baby. The baby was healthy. She didn't die.
How old is she now? How old is she now?
She's about 13.
This nigga said she's about. Yeah, you know damn well. Look, they be making up stories, but let me see what she about. Let's see.
She just graduated college.
Okay, you don't know if she's fine. You won't know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Bro,
I don't know her age because hold on,
bro.
Look, just like Taz said, you don't know if she fine. You got to be the dad, be in her life to know if she fine. Because then that's when she and her mother may, confide that, hey, this is what happened during childbirth. They said she may not be able to have no more kids. This may have ruptured. This, her next babies might have to be C-section. This baby may have been a C-section, by her
And
being
as a
so
stepdaddy, you don't know that. Ain't nobody discussing that. Ain't nobody telling you her medical, medical information when you stepdad. You're not even current stepdad. You just was stepdad for the moment.
Right. He probably wasn't even real stepdad. He might have was dating the mom at one time. And because that's what he said. Remember, he said one of his exes, he hinted at first that it was somebody he dated. Her daughter had a baby. He said she had a baby after he left, after he was, it was ended the relationship. So he don't really know nothing. These men hold on to everything though. They done broke up and everything. He still want to hold on to her daughter's story so he can spread it. These niggas need to go on YouTube. Yeah, these niggas need to go get some real life, go experiences, and stop holding on to women's experiences. And then maybe we'll believe them. Because I would love to invite his stepdaughter, the one who had that baby, and I'd love to invite her and let's have a conversation and see if he's telling the truth. We'll find that he's lying. All right, here we go.
No, I do know she fine. Because I got her little brother. Her little brother is my son, so I keep in touch with them.
Look, her little brother is my son. So it's not really his stepdaughter. It sounds more like he got a woman pregnant who already has some children, right? And and he may not even take care of his own child because the way he said it, you know, um, he not really in his son's life because he don't even know his son's sister's age range. Oh my God. Here we go. This is black man for you, y'all. How he know about his family. Okay.
They're
So
fine.
who did she have a? So may I ask who she had a baby by at 13?
One of her boyfriend in high school. They was in high school together. They both like borderline geniuses.
Y'all hear this? Because you know I'm about to ask, when she 13 in the high school? Or was I when I went to high school? Wasn't I 14? But he said she borderline. I don't know what borderline genius mean, but okay. Borderline genius. She borderline genius and she didn't know how babies come about. It sound like, and then both of them borderline genius. Him and her. I thought it was gonna be maybe pushed out that he might be the daddy. To be honest, these widows, shit.
They just
Yeah,
was
that's not a
you know,
genius
just what
decision, but okay.
well,
So
that's
if
what
we're talking
but
about,
that's what you would say. You have your opinion, but according to
but these are
reality,
two people in
they're
high
fine.
school, fam. I want to make sure you understand that the issue is adults. Those are two people in high school,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Because you
Aren't they?
obviously talking about like a freshman and a senior, a freshman and a sophomore. Like, I don't know.
He was
I
a
don't. If it's
sophomore.
two kids, yeah, these are kids. So what I'm talking about is adults messing with kids.
Well, why are you separating the adult from the child?
Can't even get that dumbass sentence out. Why are you these niggas need to be out.
Look, Taz, so Taz is like, oh, these are two kids, so we're not gonna break down that because we don't want to beat up on the children. They around each other, so okay, that's possible that could happen. He like, he want to know, well, why we got to separate them? We want the adults to be with the kids. We want the men to have access to the girls. In fact, we want to beat up on the little boy, tell him to get away from her, so we can take his spot. And that's what that man just sounds like. Why are we separating the adult from the kid? That's what that man just asked, y'all. Lord have mercy.
Get it out right. Why do we separate bro? You know that's a dumbass when you ask it.
Yeah. I need, man, I'm gonna see where the chat at. That's what we missing, to see what the people saying, girl, because I know it gotta be on fire.
Yeah,
It may be too.
I know Taz.
I know, girl. His chat look, everybody be over there. His chat be on fire. They must have didn't load. God damn. So the other day I did see it while I was watching it on TV. But okay. Them women and men be over there eating these people up.
Let's ask that.
Why wouldn't I separate the adult from the child? I think that's common sense to separate the adults and the children. Why wouldn't
Well,
I
let
do
me ask this. When does a child become an adult?
At the age of 18.
Why you say age of 18? What's the reasoning for that?
Because I raised two kids, and that's when they pretty much was able to go and make their own moves and whatnot, and I couldn't really stop them from there.
At what age did you let your children go outside and play by themselves?
What?
I never did that.
Oh, your kids never went outside and played with their friends or stayed over a friend's house?
Stayed over a friend's house is different than just going outside and playing by themselves.
Well, I mean, interacting with other kids without your presence.
Oh yeah, they did that all the time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They go out and they make their own decisions. Why?
This dude just said that kids make their own decisions, while most parents are dropping them off, making sure that other parents are there to watch over. Y'all, I bet you this man didn't take care of his son. He said he got a son. He ain't take care of him. That's why he don't understand even what he's saying right now. He basically saying, if your kid could go outside and play by itself and make decisions, then that's when it could be an adult. And he's saying all of this just so they can have access to having sex with little girls. They look, if they had to go and get PhD with just to be with little girls, these niggas would be some educated motherfuckers. They would be educated as hell. They say you can have all the little girls you want. Go get this PhD. Go to school and get these degrees. And that's when they will go. They will do whatever they need to do to get to the little girls.
It's like I said, it's concerning that fathers are championing this, having these conversations, and don't know how to distinguish the difference. It's highly concerning. Like,
this is crazy. Here we go.
Us parents aren't there.
Okay, your point.
My point is, it's about decision making, the ability to discern,
which children don't have.
And why do you say that?
Because they don't. Because I
have
was
you
a
met
child,
any adults?
Like children don't have the ability to decide.
He about to mix up the dumb adults with the young children. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Sir, are you saying they do?
Do you know any adults? Do you know any adults that lack this sense of discernment?
Absolutely.
Are they children?
Absolutely not.
Why you say that?
Because they're not. Discernment isn't the determining factor of adulthood. Like, this is bad, bro. Like,
that's tautology right there. That's tautology. That's what I'm saying. The ability to. Because I know adults that shouldn't have kids at all. As a matter of fact, a lot of them abort them. They abandon them. They leave them off on their grandparents, on their.
Y'all hear this? So he's saying that there's some
daughter should have. Oh, my bad, Bomb. But 13-year-old daughter should have had a kid.
Right. Look, there's some adults that shouldn't because they don't have the capabilities, the knowledge, the wisdom. But there's some, like you just said, there's a 14, 15, 16-year-old who do. And that's the ridiculousness right there. And this is crazy. This is crazy. Let me hit play.
Parents, you understand? And these are full blown, what we would consider physically, according to age, adults, right? And they make very poor decisions, right? So it's about your ability to discern, to make conscious, right, I would say righteous decisions, right? Have an ability to.
But listen to what I'm telling you, though. When you talk about discernment, just simple shit like that, how are you not able to discern that in the society we live in today, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds are not supposed to be in a discussion about childbirth? And how are you not able to understand that?
Let me allow me to use the Socratic method right now.
What kind of method?
You have.
What kind of method he said?
You gotta play it back. I wasn't listening.
Sound like he said Socratic or some shit like that.
Yeah, he did. He said the Socratic method.
What that mean?
It has something to do with like logic and the way that you ascertain whether or not something is true or logical, that type of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hubby said Socrates. What Socrates said?
Socrates was a Roman philosopher.
Roman philosopher. Oh.
He was also a pedo.
Oh, yeah, hubby said he was also a pedo. He just said Socrates was a Roman philosopher and also a pedo. God damn.
They was. They used to mess with little boys.
Oh yeah, that's true. God damn.
Okay, so it's specifically what it is they it's like they want to get you to critically think, so they do that stupid shit that irks me, but they just ask you a bunch of questions rather than just saying what the f they think.
Okay.
But I don't think Taz should go down this road with him, or should have gone down this road with him. You do not let somebody with these type of views dictate the conversation, right? Because what he finna try to do is get Taz on, a field that he's not really as equipped in, right? Because the one of the questions he asked about kids not having discernment or something, like why don't they, or something to that effect, because they're not at that stage of cognitive development, right? We got stages. We know, generally speaking, what kids are able to do at what ages.
Right.
And so to allow him to try to, morph I don't know. I don't think Taz should have went down this particular road with him. But I haven't heard it yet, so.
Yeah. And I think Kulu said the same thing when he said, hey, we need to stop having certain type of conversation. I'm not sure if Taz is going, because I didn't hear it, if he is going to allow him, but you're right, though. Like,
I'm
certain
surprised
things.
passed out on him. Called him a pussy. Called him a pedo and a bitch.
I know. Taz is using real constraint right now. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Okay. To understand that.
Let me allow me to use the Socratic method right now. Have you ever made this what you would consider a wrong decision?
Of course.
And what age were you?
I've made bad decisions and all that. Like, what is your you got to get to your point, fam.
The reason I'm using the Socratic method so you can understand my point by you answering questions, right? Your answers is going to answer your question that you have for me. Because me telling you
should be
you
able to
lack
answer
the understanding.
question I have for you. Like,
I
you don't
have,
to play
and you
games.
don't. That's not a game. It's conversation. I don't do that. But what I'm saying is,
like, the society you live in does not agree with your flawed logic. Why? What is wrong with us?
you have separation pathology. You think that humanity has differed because of the toys and trinkets and the abilities that we have now externally, right? Your body has always been a body since forever. You always been Homo sapiens sapiens, right? There's nothing changed. You always been a human being throughout your whole life.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
And he irking me, but I'm glad Taz pivoted and didn't let him go down that whole let me ask you a bunch of questions road.
Right. Now you gonna tell him who he been all his life, and he really don't know that we have adapted.
Right. It's called evolution, nigga.
Right. Wow. But this is what happens when we have a conversation with people first who don't believe in science. They don't believe in actually they don't believe in much or nothing. It'd be shocking me that they even want to have discussions using whatever method, because then you find out that they don't even believe in that method that they use it to have the discussion. But if they don't believe in science, there's not much discussion you can have with people who don't believe in how we found out information that we didn't have at one point, and now we do have. And like you said, we now know that with children, we know how the brain works. That's how we know that not until a certain age can people even foresee the consequences to whatever they're doing. You know, you can do things that feel good to you in the moment.
Kids
You
don't
can
have
even
no
think,
type of risk management,
right?
no type of emotion. They don't have their emotional regulation is not developed. It's all types of their brain that's not developed yet. So you can't use that as, we when you know better, you do better.
But he's saying that we've always been the same, and a child is no different than an adult. Is basically what this man is trying to prove to Taz right now. That's that's what he's trying to prove, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Yeah, he's a real predator.
Yes.
Yeah, but I heard you earlier when you said something about like he might be the girl's child's father, and I had thought the same thing. Like, we sure he ain't the pappy?
Right. He probably is pappy, and the way he's thinking, but more importantly, not even what he's thinking, but how he's presenting it, like how he's trying to sell it to others
And philosophize about it. I think that's
Yes.
what's pissing me off.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's like he's had this discussion many times. He perfected it to where it might work with a lot of men and others who don't have the education and background, and they will believe him. And to me, he is dangerous, and I believe him to be a pedo. I believe him to be one.
He definitely a minor attractive person.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with both.
Yeah, yeah. So a pedo and maps are not they are the same thing. One of them, the pedos came up with the maps definition. They the ones came up with, well, we're maps. They say, well, we're not pedos. We're just minor attracted people.
That's what these men be saying though. Like that's literally how they be defining it. They be like,
Yeah.
we attracted to minors, but we didn't have sex with them. Okay, Matt.
But a pedophile don't have to have sex with them. Neither. A pedophile, you could be a pedo because pedo means attracted, sexually attracted to minors too. It
Mm-hmm.
means the same thing. Now, when being a pedophile is not illegal, but acting having sex with a kid, that's illegal. So you could be a pedophile, and they'll tell you need some help. You know what I mean? But if you end up touching a kid, that's when it's different. Oh Lord, y'all, here we go. I'm not gonna be up here too much long anyway, so you see how this gonna go real
But
quick. Is that you, Jay Prince?
yeah, hey, Bob.
Hey, Jay Prince, how you
What's up,
doing?
girl? I miss you, girl.
I, I'm I miss you. I've been seeing you around. I've been seeing you around.
You have? I've been
Well, you
looking on
do.
your page. You haven't been going live in a minute.
Yeah, no, I haven't. But you be everywhere. You be everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
It was this woman at work. I told her it's this nurse. She said she wanted to be a garden. I made her subscribe to your channel. I said my auntie Bomb Cherry. She be up there gardening things. She be up there sewing. And I said she be having them big titties with them robe on, cooking homemade biscuits. She'll show you all kinds of shit.
Oh Lord, you told her I had the big Lord
Yeah,
have
you
mercy.
be having them titties all over that damn pot of milk.
Oh Lord have mercy. Anyway, I heard you over there. You was over there by Taz, and I heard you was saying how you now see these men for who they are. Some of them, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
man. I think I'm kind of afraid for these little girls.
Yeah.
It made
I
me
heard that.
nausea.
Nausea. I heard that one of them is chasing down your daughter through these game systems, huh?
Yeah,
Like this.
it's a grown man.
Yeah. You know that's not her fault. You know that's his fault, right? He chasing her down, trying to get towards
But
her.
Kendra was kept trying to talk to him because he kept you know trying to convince her like he made her feel comfortable because he said he got kids her age. And the whole time I'm not knowing that she's still talking to this dude.
Mm. But that's what I'm saying. You know how you said how he made her feel comfortable. That's the that is the programming and the grooming.
Yeah.
So she's just a kid. So when a kid start feeling, you know how somebody give you a candy and then now you think this your
Yes.
friend. Well, that's what they do with kids, and that's called grooming.
And like trying to convince her that I'm a bad dad and like turn her
Yeah.
against me.
Yes.
Bomb.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I cashed out you to drop J Prince.
Well, Jay Prince, it's nice to see you. You know what I'm saying? But you've been dropped. Okay, you always get dropped. I'll talk to you later. Bye bye. I knew that wasn't gonna last long. PhD would say, I ain't having it, baby. Okay, I don't even know my phone is, but it's because if I would have saw it, I would have, I don't even know my phone is somewhere around here, but I knocked it. Okay. But PhD, but he was over there and he had mentioned that some man is chasing after his daughter from Instagram to what's the name of that game that we took for my grandson? It's a game for kids. And he was
Roblox.
Roblox, Minecraft.
Roblox. Yeah. Them grown ass men is on Roblox, yo. What do these
That's
men got
crazy.
to say? That
Roblox is a
shit.
PDF like hotbed.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I seen the game like when we first let my grandson use it. PhD, but this game is so basic. It's for children. Like they're not even doing no shooting or no. Well, they are, but it's like a kid game. You look like a kid. Kids are talking to each other, walking through the rooms together and shit like that. And then as soon as we find out grown men are on there searching for kids, so we took them off of there. But it
Mm.
don't matter where they go. As soon as they find out it's another kid's game or something, it's grown men going there. And so having a conversation with this man on this panel, like this thing is getting dangerous. And I agree when we say we need to stop it. Like it's okay to get a little information from them and see what's going on. That's only good if you could use the knowledge that they give you to combat them, right? To make sure they don't get near our kids. But that's not what we're doing. We actually entertaining them, and then we act like it's okay. They're around, let them be, and then next thing you know, they following our children on children games where they shouldn't even be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's dangerous about this. And these black men who seem to be wanting to lead the charge, at least wide open anyway. They want to have discussions. They want to say it's okay. They want to say it's okay to be 13. What's the difference between why we got to separate the adults from the children? And we're like, that's obvious. And then he want to tell us how we've been just like an adult since we were babies. Your body has always been your body. Your brain has always been your brain. What's the
Not
difference?
absolutely, not at all.
And
You know how much I grown mentally since I was 14? But
so
you know how
much.
bad my decision making was and my impulse control was?
If it's anything like mine, yes, I do. Even though, like I didn't have to rely on a lot of things because I always had somebody there to protect me. But then when they wasn't, it's the times when they wasn't there is when I was in the most danger. Like that time me and my cousin got in somebody's vehicle who we knew, but we didn't know him. Like we knew him, He was the family, he was a friend of the family. He was a friend of the family. And he was a young adult. But we knew he was old. So when he was driving in that car, I had to been 12. No, I wasn't even 12. I was either 10 or 11 years old. I was like in that age range. And we went outside. We was going to the store to get some lunch from the corner store. And when we walked out the gate, he was right there in his vehicle asking us where we was going. We said, we just going to the store. He said, get in. I'll take you because his house was right on side of Mr. Joe's store. Right on side. He said, get in, I'll take you. And we were like, nah, we good, we can walk. Because the walk was nowhere. It was like, it wasn't going to take us but 2 minutes to walk there. So we were like, nah, we'll walk. He said, nah, get in. I'll take you. And I look at my older cousin who, if I was 11, she was like 13. I look at her because I'm at her house, right? She's in charge. She's older. I look at her, she look at him, and then she said, okay, and we get in. And this fool turns, do a U-turn and go in the opposite direction. Now, we old enough to know where we at, right? Like these men are saying, you knew better. So what we knew is when he was driving in the opposite direction, we knew that wasn't the direction to the store. So we like, hey, where you going? And he says, oh, I gotta go pick up something from the store first. And we like, oh, we can't, we gonna get in trouble. He like, nah, you're not gonna get in trouble. It's not gonna be long. We already in this car. So he's driving. Then we notice the store he said he was going to, he didn't take the turn to get on the road to even go to that store. So then we're like, well, wait a minute. You where you going? Because you said you was going to Swagman and you're not going to Swagman. Where you going? He says, oh, I gotta go to Baton Rouge to get something first. We look at each, me and her look at, we
What?
like, girl, Baton Rouge is over an hour from where we were. He's now telling us we in his car. He's getting farther and farther and farther away from where he got us from. And this motherfucker's telling us he going to Baton Rouge now. And we like,
A whole another city.
girl, a whole, whew. So in Louisiana, there's Baton Rouge, Shreveport, New Orleans. Those are the major big ass cities in the state. And this motherfucker is taking us from New Orleans area all the way to Baton Rouge area, which is like definitely over an hour away in a car. Two little girls. And possibly nobody saw us get in that car. Nobody. I don't know if anybody saw us get in that car. See, but we were so young. Of course, we're not thinking danger because stranger danger was a dog in a trench coat with a hat, looking suspicious, looking like somebody you wouldn't know, right? This was some motherfucking body we knew. And come to find out through the years, we found out that he was raping his sisters. He was having sex with his younger sisters throughout the time. Got
That's
them all
crazy.
fucked up as adults. He got two young girls. Two young girls. Both of us on our periods, right? But that meaning we had already started our periods since we was younger.
Mm-hmm.
He got both of them. And I always, when I was grown and I think about that story and I tell that story, I always wonder what y'all think he was going to do to us. So he going all the way to Baton Rouge. Do you think he was ever bringing us back? Like, what would be his story once he brought us back?
Right. Wait, so how'd y'all get away?
Oh, man, God. See, listen, even though I don't believe in Bible and shit like that, girl, I believe. So
It
he
was the
had us.
blood that day, huh?
Oh, man, let me tell you what happened, PhD. But so this is like in the 70s. It's not even the 80s yet. It might be like 79. Wait, it may have uh, it may have been 80. Somewhere it was like early that time, right? So we in a vehicle, the vehicles with the one seat in the front, like the long seat where you could sit like three, even sometimes
The
four people in
bench.
the front. Yeah. So we are in the front and I'm by the door. She's in the middle. And when we realize that he's going the wrong way and he tells us he's going to Baton Rouge, I look at him and when he stopped at a stop sign, I go to pull up. You used to be able to pull up the door to unlock it and get out. But when I went to pull it up, there was no knob. That knob wasn't there. So I'm thinking, oh shit. So he pulls off at the stop sign. He never get on the major highway. He stayed on the back road. Now I recognize the back road. And as we're getting closer to one of my other aunt's home, I realized, okay, where we at? because we wasn't. I was too young to drive and shit like that. But we knew where we was, and some kind of way when he had to stop for a track. I don't know if a train. I forget why he slowed down at this track. Something said, "Get out," and it seemed like the fucking door just opened. And when he slowed down and the door popped open, we jumped out that bit. And he looked at us getting out, and then he just pulled off. He just pulled off. We was
Wow, that's
and
crazy.
it would have took us if we was walking now in our young minds, we thinking, oh, it's not that far. I was like, we're not that far from Aunt Vera's house, and I was like, let's go this way. We know because we were close to the airport. But in my mind, that's what I thought. Because when we in a car, like when you're in a car, it's just right there. But we was on foot and we was farther than I thought because when we kids. But we walked and we saw the airport. I said, let's get to the major highway. So we walked to the major highway, which wasn't that far. And then I said, okay, let's walk this way. We'll be at the airport soon. And we probably walked for like 30 minutes, got to that airport. And then we went to the airport and saw a bus because we knew a bus was stopped there, and we cried to this black man, the bus driver, and we were like, we don't know where we at. We ain't got no money. We know somebody took us, and that man said, get on the bus. He asked us what we were going first. He got us let us get on the bus, and he let us get off where we need to get off at. We ain't tell nobody. See, we ain't tell
Damn.
nobody, huh?
Oh
You
no,
know,
I was just saying, dang.
you know why we ain't tell nobody? Because we thought we was
What?
gonna be the ones to get in trouble.
Oh.
Right? Isn't that how it works? That's how a lot of
Yeah.
adults get away with a lot of shit. Because the kids get together and say, okay, we're not going to tell nobody. We don't realize that we're not the ones who really did something wrong. The adult did something
Mhm.
wrong. And that's where with these men, when they claim that we know better. And I'm like, no, we did not know. We ended up in a situation that could have ended our lives
Right.
because we didn't think that through. We did think, hey, we just going to the store. We supposed to be right back. But he was able to convince us that, yeah, but I live right there. Just get in. We're like, nah, it's okay. Nah, get in. It's okay. Just going right there. It didn't even make no sense for us to get in the car if thinking about it from a real adult perspective. It take
Mhm.
2 minutes to walk there. He lived right next door, but why did we have to get in that car? There was no reason. It wasn't like we was tired, bored. It wasn't like we were lazy. It wasn't like it was far.
You
He
just
would
trust.
just
You
yeah.
just recognized him and you trusted him because you recognize him and you want to think that somebody that you recognize would do something like that.
Right. We didn't even know what something like that meant. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Like, I think a kid may know that, hey, somebody could be dangerous. They may not know what that means. What does danger mean?
Mm-hmm.
You
And a
know?
lot of people out here to prey on that. Like I was when I was like 16, I think I was turning 16. This dude approached me and I was allowed to talk to guys, like talk to boys or whatever, but I was never like I'm trying to talk to no grown ass man. So when he asked me how old I was, I told him what my age was. Like I'm 16, and I was like, "How old are you?" And that nigga told me he was fucking 18. That nigga lied. He was fucking 25. And when
Wait,
I told him I wasn't gonna fuck with him because he was a fucking grown ass man, he tried to blackmail me and tell me he was gonna tell my father.
eh,
And then I'm like, "Do you know who the fuck my dad is?" He was not about to walk up to my dad and tell him no shit like that. But just to think like somebody could be like you're not about to play me like that. Like you was not about to come knock on my door as a grown ass fucking man and tell my dad that you was trying to mess with me. Like,
but suppose because if you would have fell for it, but you didn't, but the idea that he used that against you,
right.
yeah, and that's what these men do. Even if she don't go, he'll threaten her with something to make her go. I'll go and tell your mom you did this. I'll go and tell your dad you did this.
But my
He,
dad, he never was like tripping about me when I was like meeting guys like that were my age. My dad wasn't tripping about it. Like he would like if a boy came over to hang out, he could hang out outside. And if it was late at night, my dad would drop him back off at the house. Like my dad wasn't like you can't talk to no men, like you can't talk to no boys. Like so I was like, bro, you a grown ass man. Like he was not about to knock on my fucking door and tell my dad that you was trying to do anything with me.
yeah.
And it's only because my dad had that. He had that where it was open. Things was open enough, and he left the door open for communication for me to communicate and introduce them. And he wanted to know who I was around.
Yeah. That's good, you know. But you see how these men manipulate. And these men will lie and say, well, she lied about her age and or you know, when we say well the men lie, these be grown ass men, and they'll lie and say they 16. I've had all kinds I've had men lie to me, you know, growing up, and it didn't matter because I just wasn't interested. He looked old already, you know. I mean, I remember the 30-year-old when I was in the military who almost got me in trouble, girl. Had me had it acted made me sit in that driver's seat. The way he did it, the, the way he did that shit, right? We was going to get something to eat. Um, I didn't even know he was that age. I didn't even know he was that rank. Like he would have lost. He would have got kicked out the military if we would have got caught. And just lying all kinds of ways. Just lie. So they can be with you. They just lie. And he got pulled over while we was going to get something to eat. And he then said, we in the van, right? Um, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. I said, for what? He said, stand up. He said, I'm not supposed to be driving. And I'm like, what? And he kind of lifted me up a little bit, you know, not he didn't pick me up, but he kind of, you know, did something and maneuvered me so I moved. And he jumped in the passenger seat where I was sitting. And I'm looking at him and I sit down in the driver's seat, but I'm looking towards him. My back is towards the door. I'm not even facing the wheel. And the police and the MP pull up. And and he's like, "Can I get your driver license?" And I'm like, so I tell him, what you got? I'm like, I don't have no license. I never driven anything in my life. And he then starts speaking to the MP. And some kind of way, I did get a ticket, but with the ticket, I was able to show proof of my driving license. Everything would be okay. So that's what he made sure that I was able to get my driving license. But my husband, we wasn't married. He helped me also learn how to drive. Yeah, I had like 3 men helping me how to learn how to drive, so I could get that license before that court date. And so I forgot who took me to get my driving. I think I used my husband's car to get my driving license. I think so, yeah. But I had somebody else's. I had another guy's truck. I didn't know how to drive. I had a whole guy's truck, and it was a stick. And I think that's why he trusted me with it because he left it with me. And he didn't ask me if I knew how to drive a stick or not, which I did not. So my husband taught me how to drive a stick using that man's truck. I was reckless. The men was reckless. You know, we all young. Everybody young. Everybody young and stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You imagine leave a man who don't really know you, but just because he like you, he leave you his car. For he he wasn't supposed to have his car on post. Number one. So I was permanent duty, and he was in basic. So he had to leave his truck with somebody. So he left it with me. Left me with the keys. Man, it was a stick, girl. I was grinding that shit, trying to learn how to drive. But my husband taught me how to drive a stick. Him
Shout out
and
to Sean.
yeah, him and another guy was teaching me. I'm dry that stick because of one other fool who got me a ticket. But that's and I was at the time. I think I was 18. I think I was 18. I may have been 17, but I was in the army. I was in the army. But I wasn't even smart enough to know like the setup that's going on right now, and how you could get in trouble. These men could do some weird ass shit. Like then come to find out he was like 30 and married. I think that's the same guy who, after all that took place, we got the food. Um, went to he claimed his friends. He was watching house. What they call it? House watching? No. What they call it? Um,
House sitting.
house sitting. Yes. He told me he was house sitting. So we get there, so we can eat the food, and the place is packed up. Right? There's boxes and everything. He's like, yeah, I'm just house sitting, just making sure nobody break in. So we go in, and he says he'd be right back. And I walk over to a mantle, and I see this man who I'm with in his uniform on side of a woman in a wedding gown sitting on that mantle. I'm like,
Mm-mm-mm.
I'm in hell. He done went to the bathroom. The goddamn pictures up there, him, his wife, on the mantle. And I'm like, he must think I'm stupid. And then I realized, oh my God, like, so I'm arguing with him, like, take me home and shit. And I'm threatening that I'm gonna call the MPs if he don't take me home. He know he'll lose his career. He
That
would
don't
have
make.
lost his, huh?
I said that don't make no sense.
Yeah, it don't make, they will risk everything. And then when they lose shit, they blame the woman. Like if I would have called the MPs, I would have had the right. First of all, he lied, right? He's the married one. You shouldn't have even been in that housing area because I'm a single, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We single people wasn't supposed to be in the housing area. But I'm there because I'm with him, right? He telling me he house sitting. Then I find out he's married. So I could get in trouble. But the one who really gonna get in trouble is him. Because he was like a sergeant, he was like an E6. Girl, at the time I was like an E2 girl. He E6. Um,
Risk
yeah,
it all.
he risked it all. And if I would have called the MPs, when I told him, hey, take me back. Oh no, is it gonna be okay? Nah, take. First of all, not all people want to mess with married people. That's number one. Number two, you are a liar. Um, I already got a goddamn ticket. You're lucky and look, and I did report his ass on that ticket too. I did go to my superiors and I told them exactly what the hell happened. No, they didn't get him in trouble or nothing. They just, made sure that I was able to get my license and everything. So even in the military, they will support each other, girl. Because the truth is, my superior was supposed to get with his superior, and he was supposed to get in trouble for all that shit. But them men will protect each other. And we women, especially in the military, they used to call it meat market. We nothing but fresh meat anyway. And that is how men think of women. Okay. Um, and they don't care. Like when they be claiming that they care if she a whore or not, they do not. In fact, they will get in line. Let's say, Brownie, you the new meat, right? You just got to the post, you and a few other women, right? Because new people come in. You and a few women, every man on the post know who the new women are. They didn't already spread it up, especially now that they got the internet and shit like that. Everybody know who the new women are, how many new women um for each company and things like that. It goes around, and then the first dude approach you, and if you interested in him, who y'all gonna deal with each other. The rest of the men waiting their turn. If y'all don't work out, it's cool. Look, That's what these men don't like too, because you could be dating several of them, right? Because it's true on a military post, it's like five. It used to be like 5 men to every woman, maybe even more than that. To be honest, you could be dating 5 different men, and and they don't give a shit as long as they get their turn. And so now these men online, they angry about that. They don't like the fact that men will fight over you, not physically fight, but this guy will try to get your attention, right? He gonna buy you some gifts. This other guy see that he bought you gifts, so he gonna buy you some gifts because he want to win you. And that's how men work. There's a group of jealous men sitting on the side watching you get all these gifts, and they want to know why you get to get all the gifts, why they can't pop their boy pussy and get gifts too.
Mm-mm.
They they want to get gifts too. They want gifts too. Okay, that's what they want. They want to put on their lipstick and go get their nails done. You know how they doing today. Don't we can't act like these men ain't getting real pretty. Instead of pretty, they getting pretty. Okay, and trying to trying to compete with us women. That's what they doing. Anyway, y'all, my hubby just got in the bed, so I'm gonna end the stream, and we're gonna finish this tomorrow. Um,
Good night, Bon.
Good night. Have a good one. Have fun at your
Yeah.
new job.
Thank
And
you.
PhD, I thought you were asleep by now because you quiet on me.
Oh nah.
So,
I was
anyway,
listening.
oh, okay, that's why I was in there. I thought you was going to sleep. I thought it was just us two. But I'll
Oh,
talk to you tomorrow, Miss PhD. But thank you for the support.
oh,
Um,
no problem.